Boo! What's up, guys? Oh my goodness. Oh shoot, am I still in? Yeah, I am. Hang on. There we go. Okay. Oh my goodness. Alright, what's up, guys? So you have voted. Some people are like, Lord, why haven't you streamed X and Y game yet? I spent some time this morning going down the list and figuring out every single game that has been donated for explorations. It's around 90. I forget the exact number right now. I'd have to pull it up again, but it's a lot, is what I'm trying to say. I mean, we're talking a lot. Like, so much. You have no idea, guys. So, hi, everyone. Now, I gotta be honest. We're actually gonna switch screens here really quick. I need to address something, okay? So, I'm going to kill you, Lurker. Hey, Epsilon, what's up? Where is it? Is this it? No. God, I've been running around like a maniac all day, and I'm so behind. I'm sorry, guys. So professional, right? I've been thinking about doing some kind of intro, little video that I play during these things. It was Bowman's idea, actually. I have no idea what I'd do. Where the hell is it? There it is. Okay. Hey, Roximus. Ah, for God's sakes, fine. I actually have something to address, kind of towards you, Roximus. Woohoo. You see, there we go. There's a question I've been getting a lot, actually, lately. And honestly, I think it's about time we address it. So, we're going to go ahead and finally, I mean, I know people have been asking about this for months. And I mean months. People have been like, oh my god, when are you going to talk about this? When are you talking about this? So, I'm really sorry, guys. I'm so sorry that I haven't been covering Final Fantasy 15. But just for you guys, I went out of my way to do this. Just for you. I hope you appreciate this. So since people keep asking about FF15, this is my response to that. Welcome to one of 3 things I have ever done a lamentation on in my entire life. This is very interactive. Depressing, Roximus. So here we go, guys. Let's get some more FF15 action here. I really want you to really soak in the FF15-ness of it. And I'm going to keep playing it until you guys stop asking me about FF15. Oh, so one is just ensured. We're going to keep playing this for a bit. Is sad a better word, Roximus? By the way, I threw something together just for this. Just for you guys. Literally just for you guys. I was like, you know what? I want to make this abundantly clear. Then you will die, young Leander. Just gonna leave this up for a minute. I made it nice and fancy just for you guys. Here, we'll do something even worse. Bonus points if you can guess where I am right now. Can anyone guess where I am in FF6 right now? I'm the kind of person who could probably answer this question. Anybody? Nope. Nowhere near the Veld. Not at the Intra. In a forest is technically correct, also known as wrong. Anyone else? It's fine. I'm probably one of the only people who knows this game well enough to be able to immediately say, oh, well, here, I'll give you a hint. Whoop, that's not the hint. I mean, this is actually a hint, but this is not the hint I intended. You forgot one half of that song. So here's your big hint. You can even see the name of the town right there. Miranda, South Continent. Just when we're going after Vector. Just picked up the Mithril gear. Anywho. Enough silliness. Do I own a PS3? All I'm going to say is this. Is my answer to that. So we need to be down here. And I need to add an image. In case you're wondering why, I have a weird feeling I'm going to be bringing it up a couple of times. Here, we won't make it super huge. We'll make it like that. There we go. No. So, those of you who were lurking, vooded, thank you for your voots. No one else gets a say, because only people who are here get to voot. In the year 20XX, a desperate nation detonated a powerful weapon. The nude bomb. Life as we know it ended. It's true! That would happen. War never changes. The undead began civilization anew. That's weird. Wonky. All was well. Until evil invaded the lands. Not the undead. Separate things. What heroes will restore the peace to the kingdom? What power can repel the force? Why does it keep doing that? What the hell? Why is it doing that? God damn it. Not again. It's right there. That is so weird. Anyways, for those of you who have not seen that movie, there's actually a movie called The Nude Bomb. It's very PG. I just point that out because when I mentioned it to my friend Gary, who'd never watched it, he was just like, oh, God, no, God, I don't want to know what weird, crazy porn you watch. And I'm like, no, dude, no. 5,000 kinds of wrong. Please tell me someone here knows what the nude bomb is. Anybody? Ugh. I weep. Nope, not at all, Kemek. Although I will talk about it someday. You know what? I'm going to keep track. I predicted this prior to the stream. I'm going to keep track of how many times people ask me, very good, Coffee Powered. That was the Get Smart movie. You know, the old get smart, the good get smart. I'm going to keep track of how many times people ask me about Mass Effect Andromeda or anything else that was just announced or is about to be announced over the weekend until we get to Lorwig. So we're at 1 right now. Let's see if I can figure out how to play this game. Welcome to Breath of Death 7, the beginning. As we begin our story, we find our silent protagonist in the den of a vile band of trolls. Let's look in on him, shall we? His name is Dem. What Dem lacks in verbosity, he more than makes up for in stoicism and rugged good looks. However, since you're going to be spending quite some time with Dem, it would be best if I turned on the Thoughts subtitle Omatic. Don't do it, Deutsch. I don't know, Lurker. I haven't been keeping track. Well, I hope you enjoy it, Stoll. Legit. I'm looking forward to rewatching the original series when we get to those in the Ruminations. Kind of saving it for that. I've been wanting to. I've been in the mood. Seriously, someone? I didn't actually know that. This band of trolls... We need a voice for Dem.
This band of...
He's got to be Skeletor.
This band of trolls has terrorized the town of Paladinus for the last time. They shall learn to fear the blade of Dem, the skeleton!
No, it's all up to you, brave game player. Do try your best not to get a good old Dem killed at your first sign of battle, would you? Would you like to see the controls? Yeah, I would, actually. Wow! That is so helpful for my keyboard.
What strange device is this?
Oh, right. This is the PC version. Okay, that. If you don't have a controller, you can use the keyboard. Okay, so confirm, cancel, menu, system menu, caps lock. Of course, feel free to change the settings in the options menu.
I can't leave now. The villagers are depending on me to eradicate the troll threat.
Greetings. I am the spirit of adventure. Let me tell you about character statistics.
No need. I'm a battle-hardened warrior, after all.
As you know, strength determines the damage of your physical attacks. Okay, this is all very basic stuff.
But I already knew all this!
MP restored. Warning, do not remove the hard drive or memory unit while saving, loading, or viewing save files. Hey, look at this puny little skeleton warrior! Does he seriously think he can take on our chief?
Only a fool looks down upon an enemy before he has beaten them into submission.
I bet this skeleton's so dumb. He doesn't realize he can restore his MP and save the game by stepping onto the pillar of light just in front of us. He could freely use a special take on his and regain all his MP with a blink of an eye!
Thanks for the tip. Let's get dangerous!
That's not what he actually says. Oh my god, it's Dragon Quest 1. With better music. Yes, Stoll. Let's use Multi-Strike. Troll stares blankly into space, like all true trolls do. Deathblow. Oh my god, he hit me. I must kill him. Oh, I don't have any spells. What kind of skeleton doesn't have spells? Oh my god. Blip, blip, blip. Wait, what is this? I guess I get to choose? I guess I'll take that. Yes, this is FF15. Don't make me bring out all the bravest again. Need to get that crap off my phone. He's getting a little too jiggy with it there. No, this is impromptu. He's lost a little weight. Hey, Gavel. Dem approaches the Troll Chief. A truly legendary exchange. What is an undead man? A miserable pile of secrets and bones!
Enough talk! Have at you!
Build up your combo count with multi-tech hit techniques, and then finish off the enemy with a powerful combo boost. My god. It's incredibly difficult stuff here. Oh. I was trying to get to 8 combos. Damn it, someone. Dim is now level 6. I can get strength and vitality. Yeah, we're gonna be in melee. And so, with the Troll Chief defeated, Dim heads back to tell the inhabitants of Paladlinus. Paladlinus? I don't get the joke. With his success, will Dim find a beautiful new companion to join his adventures there? Press on! Whoa! Scene change. Wow. It does, Surge. This game right here sold me on a PS4. You guys know I was really like uncertain if I was going to pick up a PS4. I was like, I need either like a really great game or enough games to justify it. But seeing this game, that's all I needed to see. God, that transition. Welcome to the town of Paladlinus. I like swords. Somebody get that joke, please. If you fight lots of enemies in a single area, enemies will do their best to avoid you. And don't worry though, you can always initiate a battle on your own by selecting the fight command from the main menu. That's a cool mechanic. You fight enough and they go away, basically. Like your own kind of built-in, earn-it-yourself Moogle charm. The more you make in combat, the higher your combo melt. We've actually already read this. Enchantment? What's this guy? You sell weapons. Well, okay, that one got me. Welcome, stranger. What you buying? Well, what do we got? $40, $20. Yeah, sure. Let's see. Nope, keep playing. How do I... There we go. God, these controls are not intuitive. Worst game ever. Non-intuitive controls. This is Breath of Death 7. It's probably obvious what kind of game it is based on the jokes that have already been flung at us in the first 10 minutes. The very Dragon Warrior feel. Yay, I've been waiting for you to get back, brave hero. I need a voice for the woman.
And here you are. I am so excited.
Huh?
Where are my manners? I forgot to introduce myself. How embarrassing. I am on a quest to explore ancient ruins and uncover the secrets of the past.
And you're just the bodyguard I need, so what do you say?
Wait, what?
Oh, so you'll do it? Wonderful. My throat was hurting. The first ruins I wanted to visit is to the east, but before we do that, we should probably talk to the townspeople for tips and explore the countryside for fun and profit.
This has got to be the most hyper girl I've ever seen!
That's horrifying, psychotic.
I heard that. Did I neglect to mention that I am also a mind reader? Well, I am.
So don't think anything naughty.
Oh, brother.
Sarah has forcefully joined your party. Yes, I know what United attacks are. I've played Chrono Trigger. I'm back, Tim. A little bit the usual.
Actually, I'd like something with a bit more kick.
The usual it is. One chocolate milk coming up.
I'll get there, Zoan. I've got plenty more characters
to do voices for.
I've heard rumors of a fabulous treasure guarded by terrible monsters in a cave to the northwest. Many adventurers have sought to claim the treasure, but none have succeeded. Will you be the first?
Somehow you know there's a treasure chest on the other side of this door. Too bad you're never getting in. Okay.
A skilled mage once told me the better you perform in combat, then yada 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 yada.
The tune of Lufestpolis
Lies to the east, but to reach it you have to pass through a graveyard of lost souls.
Aren't we undead? Why do we care about lost souls? God, this is a tiny town. Hey, what's up?
Welcome, 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 finest bids in town. No need for payment for a great hero like yourself.
Yeah, sure. We'll do that really quick. Hey, Arcasius.
And so the skeleton Dem and the ghost Sire, she's a ghost, team up to embark on a fantastic adventure. Pun definitely intended. Will they discover the secrets of the past? Will they find true love? Will they find maybe two more allies to join their quest? Yes, maybe. Yes!
Okay. Oh my god, random encounters! A dead toads, and a fishman, and a lizardman. Oh dear god, they're everywhere. What do I do? What do I do, guys? There's only one thing I can do. Unite our powers! To do nothing, apparently. Wow, that was terrible. Mash A, like any good JRPG. I love this victory music. It sounds like the intro to some kind of not soap opera, like some kind of Family Ties show, you know. Making our way, going along and singing a song. Do 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 do. We gotta make it work. You know, just like the Enterprise intro, which is god awful. You know what? Let's see. Yeah, we'll do that. My god, Fishman. Mash A. Mash A. It's not an JRPG if you're not mashing A. You heard me, Roximus. You gotta mash A. It's very important. I mean, we are playing FF15 after all. And that is all FF15 involved, is just mashing the attack button over and over and over. Not different weapons. Oh, hey, we died. Oh, God, Lurker. I officially hate you, sir. Okay, we'll fight some rats, because apparently we're just too weak. Gotta remember, this is Dragon Quest. For those of you who haven't actually played Dragon Warrior 1, as Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest 1, there's like a safe zone where you just fight slimes, pretty much right around the area. And there's nothing so overt as this bridge. Just if you go a couple too many squares too far, you suddenly start fighting skeletons and stuff, which are about 10 or 15 levels higher than you are. I've done that a couple times, Gavel. Gotta have that mandatory grind, too. Actually, I was thinking about that recently. I have a theory that one of the reasons that ARPGs have been increasing in popularity is not just because of, oh my god, it was popular and we keep pushing it, but because of the auto A philosophy. Oh, hey, we died. Alright, I'll stop autoing. God. In all seriousness, though, so, the auto-A problem. You know, there are games that I love, like FF7, or FF6, or FF5, or FF4. But in just about all of them, with the exception of the unique bosses, almost all of the trash you can auto-A through. In other words, you just mash A, and you win. There's, like, no need for actual complexity in going through, right? Whoops, wrong button. Wrong button again. Sure, whatever. Now, I have had the theory for a long time that just kind of became normal after a while, and that a lot of developers just kind of kept doing the it's supposed to be trash mentality. You're just supposed to mash your way through it by mashing A, and we'll spend our time and effort on the bosses to make the bosses interesting rather than trying to make the combat interesting, or each fight interesting. Just my opinion. And I was actually thinking about it as I was playing through FF6, as you saw on the phone recently, as I was going to sleep. I'm about 4 hours into the game, by the way, across like a month. Anyways, so, whoops, right. So I was just thinking, you know, maybe that's one of the reasons why ARPGs have become such a big thing. Oh, wow, we died. I was actually hitting buttons that time. Okay. Anyways, yeah, maybe that way the combat is more involved, each thing. Now, the irony is, if you're paying attention, a lot of ARPGs have the same auto-A problem. You can just button mash your way through them. Lord knows, Kingdom Hearts 2, for example, you could pretty much button mash your way through most trash fights. And again, I emphasize that. It's the trash fights. Most of these games, even the older games, have interesting or complicated or strategic boss fights, but they just seem to approach trash like it's just something to get over with. Like it's filler, basically. And that's part of my problem with it. You guys know I'm very anti-filler. We have successfully leveled, guys. Why is everyone seeing a black screen? What the hell, Twitch? I know you hate me. And don't want to give me a partnership, and haven't for years, but god damn it. Yes, that's how amazing of a hero I am, guys. I'm fighting rats and butterflies. Yeah, Dragon Age 2 is another padding filler game. Filler and padding are the same damn thing, Zoan. Just different expressions. Usually people, when they say filler, are referring to like a TV show. Whereas padding usually is applying to a game, but both are the same goddamn thing. Yeah, I was actually going to point to Bleach as probably my best experience with filler, because there's fairly lengthy chunks of the anime where it's just like, and here's a few days at school, you know. Yeah, what Lurker said. I mean, hell, Zawan and I have talked about this a while. The idea, Zawan used a different analogy. Instead of, you know, thick, gristly, disgusting fat, which is padding, he refers to such a thing as being good padding, good filler, basically, which is, you know, the good fat, the stuff that actually accentuates the flavor. This is Dragon Warrior 1, Tigzar.
With Skeleton! Yeah!
At least combat's fast, but... See, okay, to explain another thing... To explain another reason, I would agree with that, Psychotic, but whatever. To explain another thing I was talking about, with regards to the whole trash mentality when it comes to JRPGs, Bravely Default, okay? And Bravely Default 2nd. Both of those games have the ability to just turn off encounters, increase the encounter rate, both of which are nice, but...
Skeleton!
I don't get it. But the more important part is, in both games, they have an auto-battle feature, which is one of the most commonly touted features of Bravely Default, is the fact that it has an auto-battle. In other words, oh, thank God I don't have to actually do the fight. In other words, the trash fights are just there for no other reason than to waste your time. You know what I mean? I mean, I know this sounds weird, but I think we've moved on in gaming design, I mean, gaming history, to the point where we can actually say, why don't we make every fight interesting? Now, I know what you're going to say. I know the automatic counter-response to that. If every fight is interesting, no fights are interesting. I disagree with that personally, but I understand the counter-argument. So here's my counter-argument to that. If you have to have every fight be interesting and you're having trouble doing it, you have too many fights. Reduce the number of fights in your game. Reduce the random encounter rate, remove random encounters entirely, and do specifically designed set pieces of fights rather than this kind of RNG method. Something like that. Don't just have the, oh god, we have to have a random encounter system and we have to have trash fights. Because that's what JRPGs did back in the day, you know? I don't personally think that that is a valid excuse. Just because they did it that way then does not work for me. Alright, let's try moving on this time. Alright, we're fighting slightly harder stuff this time. Well, we've leveled a couple times this time. Oh, we should go buy some equipment, shouldn't we? Let's go buy some equipment. I agree with Psychotic, even though not every single fight is completely unique. I think you're pulling it technically there, Deutsch. I do agree that Undertale went way out of its way to make even its trash actually interesting. Right, now this is where I want to go. God, that's expensive. A game like this is really nice for someone who reads as fast as I do, by the way. Because I can just blaze through these menus, like, yep. That's a good question, Tigzer. I don't know if we can save these people. Oh, we're fighting ogres now. We've upgraded to Area 3 of monsters. But we did it. There's also the auto-A test for classic JRPGs, by the way. The auto-A test is if you can just mash auto-A through a boss fight, you are officially over-leveled for whatever area you're in. You know, they said that if I keep grinding stuff, then enemies will start fleeing from me, but I haven't really seen that yet. Ooh, that stuff hurts. Just being thorough. You gotta explore everywhere. If you're outright one-shotting bosses, then you have officially reached the point where you can just breeze through a game. Probably Stahl. They're trying to build a couch in there. What do we got here? You know, Darkrai, I've been wondering why more people don't do some of the things that Earthbound innovated for years. If you think about it, Earthbound added several features to gaming, to mechanics, gaming-wise, that have not really been emulated for the most part since then. Oh, strong ring. Ooh, wow, that's a big upgrade. She's actually a ghost, Tixar. You know, I do have to admit, in terms of sheer gameplay balance, this does feel a lot like Dragon Quest. You know why? In Dragon Quest, some people say Dragon Quest is grindy, and that's actually not true. Some Dragon Quests are grindy, 9. But, for the most part, they actually aren't. Because what it is you go and you level, and as soon as you get even a single level, that one level is significant. Like, you get a fairly major power boost from a single level. And you also, each new piece of gear you get is also a fairly significant power boost. Either you find or you purchase. So, while you do have to go level, it's not grindy because it doesn't take, nearly as long to do so compared to certain other contemporary RPGs I can mention. I'm super happy, Rory. A graveyard! Wait, what voice was I using for her? I wonder if any of these tombstones have anything interesting writing on them.
The monsters here are more dangerous than those near Paladinas. Stay close by my side!
Oh, how romantic. My white knight in shiny armor.
Are all women like this?
No. Hate to bring it to you, but no. Hang on, let's go save before we go into the dangerous area. That sounds like a good idea. You know what's really silly about that, Zoan? You can in the latest DLC, but it's, from everything I've read, pretty poorly implemented. So it's like, oh yeah, you want to be evil? Sure, here you go, but kinda. You know? Come on, there we go. This way. Whoa, suddenly new enemies. So I do think there's two interesting things about the combat here that I'm completely ignoring. Number one is the fact that there's a combo meter, and there's combo builders, combo breakers, and combo completers. There's a bunch of abilities, including just basically white damaging, that increase your combo meter. Combo breakers are things the enemy does in order to prevent you from having a combo. And combo dealers or whatever is when you use all those combo points to basically increase the damage. So, you know, if you get up to a combo of 4 or 8 or whatever, you're going to do way more damage than with 1 or 2. It's a neat little mechanic. Kind of encourages you to pay attention to what you're using when. Another really weird thing is the fact that, I don't know if you're paying attention, but we've got the FF13 thing going on here. In other words, we're healing to full after every battle. Now, if you remember my discussion about FF13, I mentioned that that was a great idea that was terribly implemented, because what that does is it gives you a built-in method of making sure that, I feel like we just talked about this, every fight matters. If you have a situation where the player only has to care about that one fight. They don't have to care about the long haul. They don't have to make sure they have enough resources to get into and out of a dungeon and fight a boss in the middle. All they have to think about is that one fight. Then you have the possibility to make each fight significant and difficult and challenging in its own right, and to make them much harder. FF13 did neither of these things. This game is doing neither of those things. I don't think I can think of a game that's done the heal after every fight mechanic properly off the top of my head. Feel free to correct me. And yes, I'm playing a Rouge, to use the technical term. Ugh. I actually saw a wiki thing on Batman Arkham Asylum, actually, where it was talking about Batman's Rouge's galaxy, and I think it's at the point now where so many people don't know how to spell rogue that it's just an epidemic. And yes, visual Eminem. I don't think I can read the gravestones. I'll try on these ones. You can't make out the words. You can't make out the words. Why are we fighting other undead? I mean, it's not like humans fight other humans, right? Yes, Rouge Galaxy. There's a lot of makeup in that galaxy. It's actually a galaxy made of makeup. It's really messed up. Yes, psychotic. But only if they were a super magical skeleton of magicalness. How can skeletons... Haven't you seen Pirates of the Caribbean, Tigzor? You best be paying attention to ghost stories. Miss Turner. Of course, Serge. I even streamed it and named all of my crew member after my viewers, and it made me really sad when they all died. Alright, I hate to complain about this. I don't even know if this was done on purpose. But one thing that drives me absolutely insane about older RPGs, older games in general, actually, is they don't... the music, okay? I don't mean the music's bad. That's not what I mean at all, actually. You notice the song, every time, like, imagine FF4. Just picture FF4, the original SNES version, in your mind. And you wander around the overworld, and you've got that awesome overworld song playing. And then you go into a battle. And you fight the battle, and it's over, and then you go out. And then the overworld song starts over from the beginning, as if the song was playing for the first time. That drives me insane. I don't actually remember the point at which they figured that out. I know by FF6, I don't remember if FF5 did, but I know in FF6, they figured out how they could basically pause the music where it was when you went into the battle, and then resume the song from where you went into the battle. But, God, that drives me crazy. Hey, Deacon. I knock on the tomb, no one answers. Oh, save point. And see, it's the beginning of the song again. Oh, God, that drives me crazy. It's like an RPG Maker thing. Because the early RPG Makers, the ones I played with, had that exact same problem. Because they were playing MIDI files as their music. So it was just, yep, here you go, here's the same song. The beginning, again. I thought about streaming Batman Arkham Asylum, but I figured nobody wanted to see that. I mean, really. It's ridiculous. can feel the presence of a terrifying demon. The black wind howls again. Oh, hey, Magus. You undead do not belong in this world. Okay. Let me take you to your final resting place. Damn, figured. The older ones took there. Like I said, it's kind of a problem. Oh, he's dead. I'm still building up my combo meter. It really is exactly like playing a rogue in WoW. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's dead.
The exit is just up ahead. We should stop in Lufistopolis for supplies and news before we explore these ruins of yours.
Good thinking, brave and intelligent. The perfect traveling companion.
If only you put this kind of enthusiasm into your fighting.
Oh, are we, like, sprinting all of a sudden? Oh, God, we're faster. Why are we faster? Oh, God. Is that just me? Or are we just suddenly faster? Seriously. Oh, God, am I losing my mind? Hey! Listen! There's some good treasure you can explore off the beaten track, but don't tell anybody. It's a secret to everybody. Zelda references.
If you go out exploring the ruins to the east, watch out for the crazy techno-freak vampire Lita. She's always there searching for new machines to mess around with. She's also invented a robot called Gatto.
How, Lord Herbs one? I don't... if there's a speed up button, I'm not even aware of what it is. I can't get on the tile! Oh god, I can't get on the middle tile! I can't get into this door because I can't get on the tile. Oh, there we go, I did it. And there's nothing up here. I came up here for nothing. Oh my god. Ah! Shepherd! Rex. Excuse me, have you seen my lost mutant sheep, Rex? I can't find him anywhere, and I'm almost positive I didn't eat him last night. Almost positive? Well, you know how things are when it's late at night and you're in the mood for a bit of mutton. Good. Shift does not do anything. Control does not do anything. Keep playing. I think that makes perfect sense to me, Tigzer. Save, I guess? We're still super fast. Killing death. Oh, thank God, it's... Oh, thank you, Grey Wolf. It's apparently caps lock.
You got a good feeling? I know I got a good feeling. Oh, I got the best feeling. I've got a good feeling, too.
Everyone around me is insane.
Well, yeah, I mean, duh. Oh, this is so much better. Okay, let's buy some gear. From the stranger. Can be used by Lita. Gee, I wonder if she's going to join our party. So yes. Agility or vitality. We're fine on that, actually. It's really weird hitting space to open the menu. It's one of the things I keep getting screwed up on. Oh, I bought my supply. Ah, yeah.
Ruins? Why, yes, I do believe there are some ruins nearby. Just head east, cross the two rivers, and you'll find the katana shotgun.
Oh god, I want a katana shotgun. Is it a shotgun that shoots katanas, a katana with a shotgun attached, or a shotgun with a katana attached?
Our continent is divided into 4 major regions. There is the Pallid Lennis to the southwest, Lufustpolus to the southeast, Motherbound. Oh my god. To the northeast. No one knows for sure what's to the northwest. Let's go to the northwest.
Yeah, we'll see.
Doesn't matter how many times you save the day, a good merchant still won't give you a discount on weapons and armor. That's not true in every game, actually. I like the katana that shoots shotguns. I want that. I just want to get out a sword and be like... shotguns go fly out. They have no ammo. They don't do anything. It's just shotguns are like the ammunition that are colliding with them. And they're like, ha-ha! And they pick them up. No ammo. Oh my god, jellyfish! What are we gonna do? The jellyfish are gonna kill us. Oh, well, oh, they might actually kill us. They killed us! Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, take 2. We were killed by jellyfish. Ladies and gentlemen, Dem the Knight. Killed by jellyfish. I don't even know. I like the way you think, Kamek. By the way, I forgot to mention one niggle, actually. You don't full heal after every battle. You get all your health back. So in other words, any money you spend, that's permanent, unless you get to a save thing, so... I don't know if I believe you, Grey Wolf. There's only one way to find out. Oh, you're right. Damn it, Grey Wolf, how dare you be correct. Star Tropics to Earthbound. Well, this is no Earthbound so far. If I'm being 100% honest, the jokes have made me laugh a couple of times. You've seen that. But for the most part, it feels like it's trying a little bit too hard on the references. I like referential humor. A lot, actually. But I like referential humor that's smart about it, that tries to use the references either in a way that makes sense or is, for lack of a better term, infrequent. The game itself, I've kind of already talked about. The trash battles are trash. The boss battles, so far, are completely disinteresting. There is no plot, so far. It's hard to discuss the characters, since your main character is Skeletor. Actually, no, he's playing the straight man. The Dem is actually the straight man to the ghost lady, who is basically your typical wah kind of person. Other than that, it's serviceable. The music does actually feel fairly enjoyable. It is cleaned up retro, is what I like to call that. In other words, if you look at the NES games, if you look at NES games, and you look at some of the games that came out during the early eras of the NES games and the ones that came out during the late era, the difference is striking. You know, there's actually quite a bit of difference. It's the same thing, it's the same engine, but they learned to do a lot more with it later on. And I feel like this is a late era NES game in terms of its graphical fidelity and style and whatnot. There's a lot of little things like, for example, there's this little gray line indicating some of the shading on his skull right in front of him, or the little crack there, or the fact that she's actually got 3 layers for her tail, you know, that kind of a thing. All of these are little details, not to the level of, say, Shovel Knight, which is trying for 8-bit style with modern approach, but still, well done. And so that doesn't bother me, is what I'm trying to say. I don't like old style 8-bit graphics, I like new style 8-bit graphics. In other words, to me, Mega Man 6 looks better than Mega Man 1, to just summarize my thoughts. In fact,
I'm just gonna say something that's gonna make yeah. I was gonna say that's gonna make a great way to put that. I think Mario Brothers 3 looks so much better than Mario Brothers 1. I'm not sure anybody could even argue that point. Music's not bad. It does feel MIDI. It does feel RPG Maker-y a bit. It does feel very grindy. I'm gonna get one more level before I move on. Granted, I am auto-aiming, so it's not just the game's fault for being grindy. Otherwise, I don't have any other thoughts to give. We're like 30 minutes into this game. It's hard to judge any RPG based on the first 30 minutes. I want you to picture for a moment the first 30 minutes of any Final Fantasy game. Other than FF 1 through 3. Like, picture FF 7, that's the most noteworthy one. You know, what's the first 30 minutes of FF 7? Have you even completed the first Reactor 5 mission in 30 minutes? I mean, you can. It's certainly doable, but imagine you're playing it for the first time, you know? 30 minutes in FF6 for the first time, you might be leaving Narsh. However, that brings me to something I want to talk about. Agreed, Tigzar. I was gonna say in my speedrun in FF6, yeah. Well, actually, in my speedrun FF6, at the 30-minute mark, I'm about to beat Vargas, I believe. Oh, shoot. Oh, crap. Okay, that was actually kind of close. Let's go. Save here. Well, see, that's what I was going to go into, Raskor. Roximus, are you there by chance? No, he's not. He's not even in the chat list. So, one person asked me recently, you know, do you think FF15 is going to be a good game? And I really chewed on that question for a while before I actually came up with a good answer. See, here's the thing. We all have that. I mean, I love a slow burn game. I do. I love a game that takes its time to slowly build up to something and, you know, get going and blah, blah, blah. I really do enjoy that style of gameplay. But I have to point out, and Raskor already got there before me, there are a lot of games that do a lot with their first 30 minutes, with their first hour. Kingdom Hearts 2, I know some people are idiots, but Kingdom Hearts 2 does a lot in the first 30 minutes to grab you. It's like, alright, here's this completely new character, and you have no idea what's going on, and then there's Naminé, whoa, what, there's Naminé, okay, and then there's this thing, and then time's warping, and people are losing names, very concepts, they actually can't say a word, you know? It does a lot within the first 30 minutes to grab you, even though it's slow boiling. Make sense? FF7 is another excellent example of that. We learn a lot in the first 30 minutes of FF7. We learn a lot in the first 30 minutes of FF6. I could keep going. You get the point, though. I don't think the criticism... Like, okay, so Chemic's point is very valid. There are plenty of games that are very dull. Great games that are very dull for the first 30 minutes. But... I don't agree that that's something that developers should just lean on. I don't agree that that's something a reviewer should just be like, eh. I do personally think you can read into the quality of a game based on the first 30 minutes. Because a game that bothers to put forth that best foot in those first 30 minutes is a game you have a pretty good chance of being fairly good, you know, very good quality overall, you know? And I just named several good examples of that. And yeah, as Chemic points out, the Mass Effect games are an excellent example of games that were like, BAM! 30 minutes. 30 minutes in. Alright, let's go save. And I agree with that, Raskor. Now, my reason for pointing this out... That's true, Lurker. That's absolutely true. I need to give a speech on Babylon 5 at some point. That's not a joke. I really do have something big to talk about in Babylon 5. I'm not sure when I'm going to talk about it. I have an idea, but anyways. I'm with you on that, Tigzer. Okay, so if you... How do I put this? Hey, we can actually listen to the overworld for the first time. One of the big things that was said in defense of FF13 when it came out was, well, it takes a while to get going, but it eventually gets better. Now, that statement is true. That is a 100% true statement. And then someone is like, well, hang on a moment. You know, how long does it take? Well, it takes a while to get good. And then people who defend FF13 have also said, well, all the FFs have always taken a while to get good. But that's not actually true. Now, to make this clear, I'm not trying to bash FF13. I think FF13 was indicative of a mindset that a lot of RPGs had in that era, and to some very small extent still do have. In other words, it doesn't matter if we start well. You know? Exactly what we've just been talking about. It doesn't matter if you start well. We have to put all our effort into making it worthwhile. And so a lot of games, I feel, have gotten to the point where it's like, well, we could just make our intro whatever. It doesn't matter what we make our intro. We can have it, you know, we can have it pay off later, and then people will be good with it. I don't agree with that. Just my opinion on that. I don't agree with that. I don't think they should do that. And again, I'm not trying to bash FF13. I myself have defended FF13. But yeah, anyways. Let's explore. There's a cave. Let's get some treasure. Oh god, it's the same cave music. How long is this game? Does anybody know? Yes, Babylon 5 is actually my favorite show of all time. Especially on rewatching it. So anyways, Lurker, in response to your question, the topic is why people say Babylon 5 Season 1 sucks, and why it's not as good as the rest. Now, to make my opinion here clear, I don't think Season 1 Babylon 5 sucks. I think there's some stinkers there, but nothing that I would consider lamentation status. And I do look at them and I'm like, yeah, okay. You know, it's definitely lower quality than the rest of Babylon 5. Part of that is natural. You know, part of that is so obvious I don't even feel like it needs to be discussed, really. Because Babylon 5 is a arc series. It's string continuity is what I like to call that. So that means that it has to do a lot of establishment in order to pay off later. If it doesn't do the establishment, the payoff means nothing. But there's another reason. And it just kind of clicked with me. And I was talking with Pax about this just this week. And it really just kind of, it was like a light bulb went off. It's one of those things that's so simple and so obvious. But when I thought about it, I was like, oh, that's what's been bothering me. And I'll go ahead and talk about it right now. I do intend to do an individual video on this, about when we finish Voyager, actually. But here it is. You ready for me? It's the actors. So, look at Caretaker sometime. This is what really threw this into contrast for me. Caretaker, Star Trek Voyager, premiere episode, right? For those of you not aware, it is the very first episode of Star Trek Voyager. And it's not that great. It's got some decisively bad writing and mishandles its own premise heavily. And yet it was still enjoyable for me to watch. And when I went back through it for the rumination, this is a couple of years ago now, actually, I realized that it was because of the chemistry. Now, for those of you who don't, I don't actually define chemistry that often, but the chemistry involved was good, was great, actually. A lot of the actors immediately got on well with each other, and there was a lot of great dynamic and a lot of great charisma between actors. Now, that's the important part. An actor who can act in the middle of an empty room is different than an actor who can act well against someone else. You with me? So, yeah, probably Lurker. I mentioned that a couple times in Babylon 5. So, in Caretaker, the characters were just, bam, immediate, really, really good chemistry between Garrett Wong and Roseanne Dawson, between McNeil and Garrett Wong between Tuvok and Janeway. I can't remember all the actors' names right now. You get my point. It was just immediate and apparent and kind of awesome. And so it made me more engaged, and it made it so I was more willing to forgive some of the writing flaws and directing flaws of that episode. Now look at Babylon 5. The actors in Babylon 5, with, I'd say, just a couple of exceptions. Oh crap, that's actually really bad. Hang on. Yep, we're dead. There was nothing for that. They just hit too hard. Anyways, the actors in Babylon 5 had... I'm just gonna say it, they had terrible chemistry in the beginning. In Season 1, they had no idea how to act around each other. You get one of the actors, you get them in a solo scene, it works fine. The writing was on point. It was the same writing. Like, if you just take yourself out of the early episodes and listen to the dialogue or read the dialogue, it's the same quality of dialogue that would happen later. The world building was still there. As I discussed when I was going through Season 1 of Babylon 5, there's a load of world building in Season 1. The directing was, well, I'll get to that in a moment. But in general, every aspect of the show was all in place except for that lack of chemistry. Now, that lack of... haha, Lurker. And that year gap probably didn't help, Lurker. But that lack of chemistry is either down to the actors themselves not really being familiar with each other, or, and this is actually my personal theory, I think the early directors had no idea what they were doing. A good director can pull a performance out of someone. And it's one of the most important jobs of a director, in my opinion, to pull a performance out of an actor and to really make them present the vision that is necessary for the work. And I don't think they did that in Season 1. I mean, even some of the really early Babylon 5 stuff, even little stuff, sets up tons and tons of things later, and it's very well written. There's tons of great banter, but the banter feels so forced. Even Ivanova, who is generally considered to be one of the most interesting, well-beloved by fans, charismatic character. When I ask most people who's your favorite Babylon 5 character, 8 times out of 10, the answer I hear is Ivanova. But if you listen to how she says her lines early on, it's just flat when she's around other people. So that's my big theory. That's my big unified theory about why people dislike Season 1 of Babylon 5 and why Babylon 5 Season 1 was not as good as 2, 3, or 4. Feel free to tell me how incredibly stupid and worthless I am. It's okay, I hear it all the time. Damn it, that's hard. That's a good question, Leslins. Because there aren't many. Trying to so I can think of 3 examples right off the top of my head that did trash mobs very, very well, and we're gonna die. Damn it. Jesus Christ. Yep, we died again. God damn it. I'm getting bored of this, if I'm being 100% honest. I mean, granted, I'm not putting my all into every fight, but I think I've already explained why I'm doing that. And I am paying attention. In case you're not paying it, I mean, I'm watching my health, and I'm watching the damage they're doing, and I'm watching the damage I'm doing, and I'm like, okay, let's do this, and heal with this character. Nope, I died. Oh, game over. I am trying. I'm just not trying my best. Anyways, Jesus Christ. That was me not trying. That was me mashing A. Okay. Anyways, trash fights. So here's the games that have done, JRPGs that have done trash mobs or random encounters correctly. Paper Mario. Paper Mario 2. Undertale. Those are the 3 I come up with. They're the really obvious answers, but all 3 of those did that pretty much perfectly. Obviously, I haven't played FF15, other than the FF15 I'm playing right now, of course. Captain America shield, of course, in the ruins. Well, this is a fun-looking place. I got a shotgun, guys. Oh god, there's looters and ghost cars. All three games approached exactly what I have been talking about in different ways, but all of them did the same general concept. Which is, they made every fight significant. They made levels significant, so that if you level up, it's a significant boost. They made it so that the combat itself was interactive and engaging, rather than just being mindless or stupid or over to the top. You know, not too much, not too little. Yes, Kevin, forever. You think it was bad when people were constantly bugging me to do Witcher and Dark Souls? But yeah, there's, they made trash matter, they made trash avoidable, and they made the rewards from trash matter, and they made trash interactive. That's what all of those games did, in their own different ways. Paper Mario made the leveling curve very smooth, made it so you would be, and made it so that it was very easy to dodge encounters entirely, and gave you the ability to just, you know, blitz through stuff if you wanted to. Paper Mario 2 made it so that encounters would always matter. You could always get at least one experience from an enemy. It gave you lots and lots of different combat options, which gave you lots of variety in the actual fight itself. Jesus Christ. It's like 5 misses in a row. And Undertale, I don't need to explain what it did. Okay, enjoy FF15, Legacy of the Void. Yeah, ironically, people are still bugging me about Witcher. It's just now they're bugging me about Witcher 3 instead of Witcher 1. Good night, Cattle. Yes, I am streaming tomorrow, Deutsch. I haven't 100% decided what I'm streaming tomorrow. I know what I want to stream tomorrow. And of course, we're going to have Lore Week. I have several things to talk about for Lore Week this week. It's funny, I was actually complaining to PAX how I had no news this week to talk about. And then the Gaming Awards came out, and there was a bunch of news there, so yay. And I do intend, of course, to do Blizzard Sunday. I'm actually looking forward to Blizzard Sunday. We're going to start a new method of doing Blizzard Sunday this week. Get hype, or hoip. Both are acceptable. Yes, actually, Lurka, that was what I wanted to do. I had another idea too, but I decided ultimately I'd rather keep doing something already in progress. I also decided I'm probably going to give up on something, because that's what I should do. Oops. That is true, Tigzer. And I have liked a lot of what I've seen about Witcher 3 so far. I just have only seen a few hours of it. Yeah, I've played Sombra, if you remember. Oh, I guess you were there for that. So. What are the other two things, out of curiosity, Deutsch? Or am I one of them? Am I being too presumptive? Is the one still here? Hey, Hourglass. I am one of them. I was still probably being too presumptive. I apologize. My friend Gary calls me Eeyore all the time. Well, this Sunday, the choices will be... everything. We're going to start the new rotation system, which means, like, we're going to vote for everything, and then whatever wins is going to be removed from the rotation for the next week, and then whatever wins that week is going to be removed from the rotation the next week, so we kind of cycle around and do a little bit of everything over time. So anyways, I got another game to play. I always walk into an exploration with multiple games to play. Here's my final thoughts. Not worth my time. That probably sounds harsh. I've given the rest of my thoughts, you know, all my detailed thoughts of the gameplay and the lack of story and whatnot, but final thoughts, not worth my time. Basically, lyrically, yeah. Let me change my game title here really quick. Thanks, Hourglass. Loved the game, really. Nope, nope, nope. This game is not even on the list. Yep, okay, I will apparently be streaming nothing. We're going to just switch it to gaming talk shows, because it's not even on the list. That's great. Yeah, play. Yes, windowed. Sure, whatever. We'll do that. We'll just keep this simple. The time has come, my friends, to be green. We all know green is best. Okay. What are you updating? Okay, play. Click to continue, but I'm being shot by a Marine. Okay, whatever. Oh my goodness. Text. You are Brother Nabor, Space Marine of the Imperial Fist Chapter. Space Marines are the ultimate human fighting machines. Okay, we know what they are. The Imperial Fists are one of the most loyal chapters of the Imperium, second only to the Ultramarines for their adherence to the Codex Astartes, the genetic inheritors of the post-human Primarch Rogel Dorn, whose very blood runs in their veins. The Imperial Fists are known for their exceptional skills when it comes to sage warfare. It was they who manned the walls of the Imperial Palace during the defense of Terra at the climax of the Horus Heresy. It was their contribution to the great battle that ultimately helped bring the heresy to an end. And it is they who have defended Holy Terra ever since. Throughout the adventure to come, you'll be forced to battle the enemies of mankind in all their myriad forms. And when this occurs, you must fight them using the Cogitator's Pugna Sumalre. Something. You will also come across weapons and other useful items that may help you progress. There are some difficult moral decisions that you'll force you to make, which could well have a direct impact on how events play out later. Before you begin, it's recommended you familiar yourself with the with the combat. Okay, so we've got the weapon skill, strength, toughness, armor, crit, wounds, action, honor. Okay, that's great. Oh my god, it's a Gretchen! This is interesting. I will advance upon you. I think we're fighting some Gretchens.
Guns may be over there. Let's go another way.
No. Hit! Oh my god, really? This Space Marine just failed to kill a Gretchen. What the crap? There we go. Jeez, this is the worst Space Marine I have ever seen. We're gonna go with super ridiculously easy. If it lets me choose, which it doesn't appear to be. No! Wait, back! I don't want veteran. It literally didn't let me choose. Hang on. God, but ah! I guess we'll go with that one. Whatever, we're on veteran difficulty. I've never even heard of it, Deacon. The Hulk is so vast that the mighty Adaptus Astartes strike cruiser is a buzzing needlefly to a Grox in comparison. Like some planetoid, the warp spawn conglomeration of ancient wrecks and stellar debris. Actually, you know what? Hang on. There's got to be a way to make this happen. Nope. Nip. Come on. There we go. How do I delete a save? Replay intro? Yeah, sure. We'll do that. Okay. Oh my god. We will stay. Our fate has been determined. I use my Volter. Oh god, they're killing me. They're killing me. They love Disney. Hang on, I apparently can't exit combat zone. Okay. Main menu. Extras. Options? No. Oh, restart. There we go. Yes. Okay. Found it. We have discovered all the things. Okay, difficulty settings. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so yes, initiate. Jeez Louise. Okay. I guess I'll read all of this. So, like some errant planetoid, the warp spawn conglomeration of ancient wrecks and stellar debris blocks out the starfield for tens of kilometers in every direction. It is an ominous presence drifting through the void at the periphery of the Sargon system, a lurking threat with the menace of the dead-eyed ocean predator. Rightly, it was named the Herald of Oblivion by the Talaman of Order Xenos, for who knows what savage orcs or gene-stealer broods lie hidden within its labyrinthine depths, waiting for the derelict to come within range of a fecund Imperial star system or potential prize world. The Shadow Masters of the Order Xenos have known of the Hulk's existence since it was first encountered by a rogue trader fleet with an outlying system of the but it is only now, not many Earth standard months shy of 200 years later, that the Herald of Oblivion has been vomited back into the material universe at this time and place, thanks to the capricious tides of the warp and the fickle schemes of fate. So it was that the Imperial Fist strike cruiser Shield of Dorn, the closest Adaptus Astartes vessel within 6 weeks' travel of the Sargon system, was dispatched to assess the threat of the Space Hulk posed to the Imperium and act accordingly. Smoke and incense fog the stale air of the chamber as a gaggle of solemnly chanting tech adepts tend to a host of arcane mechanisms. Under the watchful gaze of Tech Marine Brother Clavis, at a nod from the engineer manning the controls of the ancient teleportarium, power sword in hand, Sergeant Valerius addresses the Space Marines under his command.
Squad Scipio,
Comes the sergeant's voice through your helm comm.
we have been tasked with cleansing the derelict of any Xenos presence in preparation for the insertion of Inquisition SAT teams, and so let us prepare for teleportation.
One by one, the battle brothers of the squad Scipio mount the dais and take their positions within the teleportarium. The first to join Sergeant Valerius is Brother Barathon, carrying the heavy flamer gripped in his hands as casually as if it was nothing more than a last pistol. He is also bearer of a number of sanctified plasma bombs. After all, none of you really know what you might run into in the derelict. Barathon is followed by Brother Kale. The lightning claws he has the honor of taking into battle are treasured relics of your chapter. They crackle with barely contained energy, esoteric energies, and that he flexes with the long bladed fingers of the venerated artifacts. Next to them is Brother Ordis. He is a temporary addition to the squad, and since he is an apothecary, does not wear Terminator armor. We're in Terminator armor. I failed against Gretchen in Terminator armor. Instead, he bears the sacred tools of the apothecarian, all contained within his narthecium, as well as a chainsword and a bolt pistol. As the most recently inducted member of Squad Scipio, you are the last to mount the teleportarium dais. Sergeant Valerius turns to the Tech Marine, marshalling the servitors and tech adepts, monitoring the enigmatic machine's many controls.
Squad Scipio is ready to teleport,
He says, his commanding tones emanating from the external voxcasters in his Terminator armor. Confirmed, Brother Clavis replies, while his voice exhibiting emotionless machine-like cadence, while the great servo arm attached to his back twitches nervously. At some unvoiced order that only the tech adepts can pick up on, Brother Clavis's minions carry out a sequence of well-rehearsed maneuvers at the archaic controls before them. A deep humming sound fills the air, vibrating the teleportation plate on which you are standing. The vibration travels up your osmodular hand-leg bones, settling in the pit of your stomach. At the same time, tendrils of crackling energy crawl over the emitter array above your head. I don't need a voice. Brother Sergeant, the resonating voice carries across the teleportarium chamber over the rising hum of the emitter. Room for one more.
Apostolary Vladimish,
Valerius says, acknowledging the new arrival with a deferential bow of his head.
you honor us with your presence.
The librarian is an imposing sight indeed, standing out even amongst a party of Terminators of the chapter's first company, where your tactical dreadnought armor and that of your brethren is the sunfire yellow of molten gold. The primary color of the librarian's armor is deep-hued crystalline blue of lapis lazuli. He does not wear a helmet. Instead, his head, with its patrician features, close-cropped white beard, and dual service studs, denoting more than 2 centuries of devoted service to the Imperium, is framed by the ceramite and crystalline lattice structure of a psychic hood. This arcane device helps to focus the librarian's formidable powers, while at the same time protecting its wearer from the attacks of enemy psychers. On his left arm... Oh God, we're not even halfway through this. On his left arm, Radimus bears a storm shield, that in turn bears the clenched fist symbol of your chapter. In his right hand, he carries a mighty hammer. The epistolary can channel his devastating psychic powers through his weapon, redoubling its already deadly ability to injure the enemies of the Imperium.
What troubles you, Epistolary?
Valerius asks, unsettled by the librarian's abrupt appearance.
You sense a perturbation in the warp.
A shudder moves on the face of the sea souls, something insinuating itself into my subconscious. Whispers from the warp, the voices of ghosts and demons. Utterances of prophecy and blasphemy both.
A prophecy?
Valerius almost gasps.
About our undertaking?
By the way, I like how my viewership has halved since I started doing this. Indeed, Brother Sergeant, something sinister is at work here. I need a third voice. I can't do it on the fly.
What do you mean, Brother Librarian?
Apothecary Ordis asks, intrigued rather than anxious.
I cannot tell you any... Oh, sorry. I cannot tell you any more than that, the apostolary says, his eyes backlit by an eerie luminance. Only that fate has plans for you. You suddenly feel the librarian's gaze lit upon you. Kale reflexes his lightning claws, the simple action heavy with menace.
If it's something I can kill, just show me the way, brother.
Radamus takes a step towards the teleportarium platform. I wish to accompany you to the derelict.
In Dorn's name, you would be most welcome.
Let us hope so. As Brother Librarian Radamus joins your party on the beaming plate, Sergeant Valerius raises his power sword in a time-honored martial salute.
Primarch Progenitor,
He declares, his words echoing from the metal walls of the sanctified chamber.
to your glory.
I don't have any current plans, Deacon, no. I've been kind of eyeballing it, but so far it's actually not really caught my attention that much, to be honest. You and your battle brothers answer as one with the traditional response, "And the glory of him on earth for the Emperor!" Commencing teleportation sequence in the name of the Omnissiah. The rising hum of the arcane device fills the chamber, and filling the chamber grows in intensity, as does the monotonous chanting of the tech adepts. You feel a strange tingling deep within your bones as the inscrutable machine begins to disassemble your body, your armor, your implants, one at a time, piece by piece, molecule by molecule, atom by atom. A juddering crash suddenly takes the teleportarium to its very foundation. Several laminators wink out. The chanting of the tech adepts is replaced by panicked binaric chatter, followed by a subsonic boom, and then it activates. Bzzz. You brace yourself as the ancient mechanism prepares to hurl you from one discrete physical point in space to another via a precisely focused Geller field. One by one, in quick succession, your battle brothers blink out of existence in a beam of searing white light. Taking a deep breath of suit-recycled air, you close your eyes and wait for the teleport to transport you to the Hulk. There is a second juddering crash, and you are forced to take a stumbling step forward to stop yourself from falling. Even in your massive suit of Terminator armor, you open your eyes. You are still aboard the Shield of Dorn. The whine of the Geller field generators rises and falls as bursts of eldritch energy crackle on the array above you. What's going... You start to say before Brother Clavis silences you and upraised hand. Brother Neighbor, stay where you are! Yet another crash rocks the teleportarium chamber, dislodging centuries of dust from the curved metal ribs of the craft hull, forming obscuring clouds all around you. Something is wrong, but what? And now... at long last, we have a choice. Oh, excuse me. Oh my goodness. Why is Baronessa in a barn? Whoops, I did the wrong thing. There, that's what I should do. Come on. Okay. Pull open. Which... get clear of the teleporter, or stay as commanded. We'll say 60 seconds with this few viewers. Go! Why did that say that twice? What shall we do? Shall we obey, Brother Clavis? Or shall we flee and commit heresy against the false emperor and his false gods? They are all false and they must all die for the glory of the orcs! Because, seriously, the orcs. Come on. The orcs are the best. We know this. Even the text is green. Apparently, we are obedient. Yeah, I think I know what's happening, and I don't know how to fix it. Give me a moment. Let's try this.
try it. Well, okay, we'll get to the next thing. Whoa, no, stop! What do you... Okay, we will stay as commanded. Obeying Brother Clovis's command, you wait as unfathomable forces ripple and distort the air around you. Gradually, the epileptic bursts of energy fade from the brilliant white to a much calmer blue.
Killer field stabilizing,
Announces a sweating tech adept from the control lectern. Finally, the collapsing field dissipates altogether, leaving nothing behind but the stink of ozone in the air and an uneasy feeling in the pit of your stomach. Unease, yes, but not fear, for the Adeptus Astartes are untroubled by such pathetic emotions.
Killer field stabilized.
By the grace of the Omnissiah.
Brother Clara,
We need our own voice.
Brother Clavis, what happened?
You begin, only to be interrupted by yet another juddering crash. Shipmaster, the Tech Marine says. Status report.
The shield of Dorn is under attack. They came from nowhere.
who did?
Pirates, Xenos scum, Eldar,
And the most black-hearted of their inimical kind. A host of other voices crackling over the comm, sounding like they're coming to you from across space and time. They are the voices of your battle brothers, carrying to you from wherever it is they've been transported to board the drifting space hulk. Then suddenly the comm signal from the hulk cuts out. All available battle brothers, prepare to repel the boarders. And not you, Brother Nabor, the Tech Marine intones, as the teleportarium is bathed in rippling glow of tamed lightning once again. Power has been restored and the device is ready to fire. There is barely time to give utterance to your chapter's motto before, For the Emperor! You are telepated through town, so now we get to do the Wheel of Fate. I don't know what we want here. Skull, fist, skull, apparently. My mind reels. The sensation of being turned inside out, oh, gross, is replaced by an unsettling sensation of dislocation. Not as gross. As the furious light fades, you are left in near total darkness as your own heightened senses and the auto senses of your armored helmet take a moment to adjust to the lower light levels. All around you is smoke and darkness. Your auto senses take over, revealing your new location in a lurid spectrum of contrasting heat signatures. And that's when you see them. To be continued. No. Coming at you through the smoke and gloom are a number of unnatural monsters. Xenospawn. They are multi-limbed monstrosities, each one as large as a space marine. Thanks to years of battling the enemies of mankind, you recognize them immediately. They are gene stealers. Despite being foul and human monsters, you know from bitter personal experience that the creatures are possessed of a malign cunning, incredible strength, lightning-fast reflexes, and claws so sharp they can tear through Terminator armor. But something isn't right. Pure-strain gene stealers possess all matters of unknowable senses, but judging by the way they are creeping through the grilled metal, they are as yet unaware of your presence. And then you suddenly realize why. You have teleported on board what appears to be a rogue trader vessel, judging by the motifs displayed on the metal ribs of its hull. The ancient reactors that once powered the ship through the warp core have come to the end of their life, after who knows how many centuries. The gases and heat they are pumping out as they fail is hiding you from the approaching aliens. However, it can't be much longer before they detect your presence. For the Emperor! Let's let you guys. Let's see if this works. Pull open which. So, range combat, melee combat, stay hidden. Yeah, apparently I've got the bot already running somehow. That's very strange. Whatever. I wonder if we're ever going to have any options that aren't, should I be a space marine or should I be anything else? I mean, we're only 2 choices in. By the way, if I don't hear some For the Emperors in chat, I'm going to be very disappointed in you guys. Not just now, but I mean like all over the place. Just constant For the Emperor. For his great emperorship, the carrot. A very delicious emperor. Range combat it is. Emerging from the fight with smoke, you mutter an oath. For the Emperor! You open fire, your stone bolter, a physical manifestation of the Emperor's limitless wrath. We can skip combat. I'm just going to see what this does. We win! We kill 4 Gene Stealers. They're dead. Their alien viscera and their stinking ichor that passes for blood amongst their kind plasters the wall, floor, and ceiling of the chamber. Space is little more than a widening of a corridor, and, judging by its construction, it is highly likely that it was once part of some Imperial vessel or another. Accessing the auspex built into your tactical dreadnought armor, you take a moment to sweep the local area, making sure that a host of aliens isn't about to descend on you from the ventilator ducts above your head or burst through the maintenance channels under the floor. When the auspex reads clean, you consider your next move. The rest of Scold's Scipio is somewhere on board the derelict, but at present you have no idea where. Something is blocking your auspex signal from reading anything more than 30 meters away. This could be down to something as innocuous as radiation shielding, or, alternatively, something altogether more sinister like a Xenos created dampening field. Aside from your fellow fists, there are also Gene Stealers on board. While the Brood Mind is still active, the Xenos still pose a serious threat. But if you were able to eliminate the Brood Lord, you could neutralize the threat. So which is it to be? So, hole open. We can search for Battle Brothers, or hunt down Brood Lord. For the Emperor! For the Emperor! Surmising the Gene Stealers you encounter were heading away from their brood nest, having been sent out following the Brood Mind sensing of your arrival aboard the Hulk. That's a bit of a run-on sentence. You retrace their clawed steps along the twisted metal corridors of the ancient track. Your journey takes you deeper and deeper into the ship, which is clearly of Imperial design. Your mind begins to wander. You wonder what fate befell the crew of the vessel, whether they were long dead before the Gene Stealers colonized their craft, or whether the alien infestation was the result of insidious takeover. Either way, they deserve their death for being impure. You do not encounter any other Gene Stealers as you progress deeper into the ship, with nothing showing up on the auspex to alert you of the skulking presence of more alien infiltrators. You come at last to a sealed, circular bulkhead door. As you approach, the hatch remains stubbornly closed. The machine spirit that operates it is doubtless dormant after so many years lost in the warp. It might have even departed to be with the Omnissiah long ago. This leaves you with 2 options. You're going to have to pass beyond the bulkhead. You're either going to be able to try and rouse the slumbering machine spirit. It's called electricity. Or force your way through. Oh, there's actually 3 options. Wake the machine spirit. Use Power Fist to tear from hinges, or give up. I think you guys know the right option here. Also, what's Hercules doing here, Malleus? Honestly, what kind of Space Marine are we if we don't rip apart everything we see? Including our fellow Space Marines, because they weren't pure enough. And other humans, because they weren't pure enough. They were heretics. And every alien. We need to just kill everything, basically, is what I'm saying. I encourage all of Warhammer 40k to self-destruct and wipe out everything. I know, Deacon, but Machine spirits. Ugh, really, guys? You want to wake the... Okay, fine. Accessing the door's mechanism terminal, you connect your own suit's machine spirit to that of the bulkhead, offering a prayer to the machine god as the cogitators greet one another. Well, our purity score is pretty high. In the stillness of the empty passageway, you can just make out the binary chatter of your suit's cogitator systems, attempting to commune with the bulkhead door's machine spirit. Yawn. Suddenly there is a static washed chirrup of response, and with the creaking of ancient hydraulics and pneumatic hiss, as the air pressure equalizes the hatchway, iris is open. You check your aspects, but there's still nothing. Boldly stepping beyond the portal, you make your way to the passageway beyond. Your footsteps echo eerily from the metal grill floor, and you see signs of something, or more likely several somethings, having broken through the floor, wall, and ceilings at several junctures. But what it was clearly isn't here now. You reach another hatchway, but this one activates automatically as you come within sight of its electronic eye, but waits beyond you causes you to catch your breath. Contained within what appears to be an ancient cargo hold are the curled sleeping bodies of dozens of gene stealers. Or at least they were sleeping until your arrival opened the bulkhead door. A sinister surresis fills the vaulted chamber as the gene stealers begin to stir. You're now going to have to act very fast if you're going to deal with the very real threat the Xenos pose. We have a couple of options. We can start firing bolter on full auto, seal the door, flee like a cowardly heretic scumbag. There we go. I agree, coffee powered. I shouldn't have even read of the other option. Should have been just like, yep, we can shoot him or shoot him. Full auto. With a shout of, "For Dorn and for the Emperor!" You open fire with your storm bolter. The mass reactive shells explode on contact with the awakened gene stealers, exploding flesh, bone, and chitin on contact. The 20 bolter rounds are deducted from your ammo count. God, that's a lot. I started with 40, by the way. The foul alien spawn die screaming. But that doesn't stop the survivors of your assault from suddenly coming to full wakefulness and coming at you with the whirlwind of lashing claws and tearing talons. A single bolter round punctures a container on the far side of the cargo hold, and the gene stealers discover a new way to die. Whatever it was the barrel contains is a highly reactive. As the bolter round explodes within it, the chemicals containing within ignite, becoming a fireball that sets off a chain reaction in the rest of the barrels packed into the hold. You give a hasty prayer of thanks to the Emperor for the rogue trader whose cargo it is that has helped you purge the Xeno nest. But as the gene stealers die in flames, with a terrible guttural roar, something leaps from the fires, now consuming the hold, and comes at you. It is armed with a pair of deadly claws, its chest protected by thick plates of purple-black chitinous armor, and its body a mass of lethal knotted muscles. The obsidian glimmer in its eyes speak of a malign alien intelligence, while a bright pink tongue, like a writhing worm, darts between its jaws, tasting the air. You fight it, and then you kill it. You have defeated the Broodlord and eradicated its nest. Even if there are any survivors, they'll be forced into instinctive hibernation, and the threat they pose to any Imperial world has been dramatically induced. You have gained purity. Picking through the gunk and resinous secretions, you find 3 clips of Stormbolter ammunition, each containing 30 rounds. Oh my god. We have also found a relic blade, which, it's like, do you take the relic blade? There's no other option here. Okay, we have a new heavy weapon. With the threat posed by the Gene Stealers gone, you set out to find out what happened to Sergeant Valarius and the rest of the squad Scipio. Return to the teleportation location. Hang on. Gotta get the right transition music here. Returning to the place where you arrived after being teleported aboard the conglomeration of warp-lost vessels and asteroids that form the Herald of Oblivion, you scan again for your Battle Brothers life signs. The Auspex comes back negative. It's just like in Doom. They're all dead. Accessing your helm comm, you try to contact the Shield of Dorn, but all you hear in return is the hiss of static and the sound of a distant explosion before it cuts off together. Something's blocking the signal. For the time being, at least, you're on your own. Again, just like Doom. It seems likely there is something about the construction of this vessel you're currently in that is preventing your Auspex from completing long-range scans, perhaps leaking fusion reactor or radioactive mineral deposit. You are able, however, to accomplish a 3-dimensional scan of the internals of rogue trader vessel you're currently in, which in turn enables you to locate a way out. Half an hour later, 3 years later, you emerge from the rogue trader vessel through what was once an airlock into an echoing pitch-black space. Activating your suit's searchlight, its beam pierces the gloom to reveal you are standing in what appears to be a vast rocky cavern. Suddenly, a designated marker tag flashes into being on your HUD, accompanied by a chiming alert. It only takes the Auspex's machine spirit a moment to flag it as that of being Apothecary Ordis. Your Auspex currently isn't picking any life signs for the other members of Squad Scipio. I feel like I'm pronouncing that wrong. Scipio does not sound very intimidating, but they might be just out of range. You try your helm comm and hear nothing but static. According to your Auspex, Brother Ordis cannot be more than 100 meters away from your current position, but you don't know what obstacles you might have to cross to reach him. You could, of course, attempt to boost the gain, magnify, and enhance. Suddenly Janeway just walks in. Magnify. Okay, so we can carry out a comprehensive scan, or cheered. I gotta spell it right. Cheered for the Umbra. By the way, another stream I want to do in the future is continuing sorcery, for anybody who's interested in that. And see how much more horrible you make our character. Because you guys turned him into just a psychopath. The extremely evil psychopath. God, why are you guys so evil? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Didn't mean to pull that up. Hey, technically it took 2 rocks, Deutsch, to kill him. And he was a mage, and we killed him with 2 rocks. So it looks like we'll be charging for the Emperor. As it should be. For the Emperor! Why does this go away? The route you take to find the apothecary leads you across the cavernous heart of the trapped asteroid to a point where the blunt nose of another vessel has burst through the silicate rock wall. The impact must have occurred hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. Millions of years ago in the mountain asteroids. Entering the vessel, you home in on the signal from your Auspex, following the HUD display to the marker tag. And it is then, as your illuminator beam falls on the solid adamantium bulkhead ahead of you, that you see Brother Ordis for the first time. It's enjoyable, Zoan. I gotta admit, I don't care for the combat. You notice I just keep skipping it, but I do like the tone. I think is the word I want to use there. The fact that we can play a yeah kind of a character is awesome. Although I gotta be honest, I feel like we're playing more of an orc than a space marine. Brother, thank the Primarch, you found me in time, he gasps. He is clearly in a great deal of pain, but then that's hardly surprising, seeing as how he appears to have teleported into the very fabric of the bulkhead itself and become fused half in and half out of the structure. Carefully, you break the seal on his helmet and remove it. Ordis' expression is one of barely suppressed agony. Brother, you begin, not really knowing what to say. There's nothing you can do for me, as if reading your mind. I am dying, but first I must pass on my sacred duty to you, in case you find any more of our brethren in a similar situation to mine. Clearly, the Dark Eldar attack on the shield of Dorn at such a vital moment in the teleportarium experience resulted in catastrophic failure. You wonder how many more are like Brother Ordis or lost forever, their component atoms scattered within the freezing depths of the void. Take my Narthecium. Narthecium? The apothecary says, indicating the archaic instrument attached to his hand, that is mercifully free of the bulkhead. At Ordis' behest, you release the maglock, securing the Narthecium, and place it attached to your own arm. There are unguents, medicamentum, equivalent to 5 medkits worth. Each time you use a medkit, you restore your wounds, according to... Yeah, okay. As you do this, Ordis intones the apothecary's creed between agonized gasps. It is the sacred oath sworn by all those who submit themselves for training by the apothecarium. He that may fight, heal him. He that may fight no more, give him peace. He that is dead, take from him the chapter's due, while the gene seed returns to the chapter. A space marine cannot die. Without death, pain loses its relevance. Ordis then proceeds to tell you about the clandestine code that activates the reductor built into the Narthecium, that you might remove his own progenoid glands, that he might serve the chapter still. I'm not going to comment on the lore of that. Brother Apothecary Ordis has passed his sacred duty onto you, that you might tend to the injured and recover the gene seed of your dead as you continue your search for the rest of Squad. I'm going to rename this squad. Is that okay? Squad Death Metal. Now, brother, he says with his dying breath, do what must be done. And then he freaking dies. Entering the code successfully, you activate the reductor. Without a moment's hesitation, you plunge its whirring drill bit into Ordis' neck. Feeling the clamp teeth bite down on the tough organ, you pull it free. Fortunately, you're also able to remove the second progenoid located within the apothecary's chest. You gain 2 purity. Good night, Darkrai. Oh, Darkrai, quick, before you go, if you hear me right now, say something. I probably missed him. I was probably too slow. Secure both glands in one of the sanctified stasis chambers. Yep, okay. There's nothing more you can do for Brother Ordis, and so are forced to leave his body locked within the very fabric of the bulkhead. However, you are able to retrieve 3 more rounds of bolter clips. Woo! However, as you progress further through the bulk cargo hauler, following the only viable path available to you, your helm auspex begins to bleep and chirrup with activity. Overlaying the information it is picking up on your helmet. Okay, Darkrai, do you, if it somehow by some miracle happens, do you want us to reserve Darkrai, the Pokemon, to be renamed Darkrai? Real quick. Overlaying the information it is picking up on your helmet's HUD, a wireframe 3D scan of the Hulk appears first. On top of this appears the target markers indicating your battle brother's life signs. A feeling of relief washes over you as you see that all the other boarding party members are still alive, and also in the middle of bulkheads. All except for one. Your Auspex has failed to pick up Sergeant Valarius' signal. Based on the primary scan downloaded into your Auspex while you were still on board the Shield of Dorn, and from the information your Auspex has picked up since, including the locator signals relayed from your Battle Brother suits, you know which direction you need to travel to track them down. However, you have no idea what kind of environment you will find there, or what secrets are within the Herald of Oblivion. Okay, Darkrai. So, we can go after Brother Kale, Epistolary Radimus, or Brother Barathon.
That was my goal all along, Lurker. Forcing you to hit the edit button. How many of you remember who these characters are? By the way, I'm just going to say it right now. Radimus is chaos. Just calling it. Oh yeah, hang on. I have a notepad ready to go, someone. Right here. Or actually, let's not use that page. Let's use this page. Okay. I got it. That does not sound delicious, Deutsch. I will not eat your brains today. Rodimus! Yes! Go away, things. With the signal from the librarian's suit as your target, you set off deep into the derelict. Echoing empty chambers the size of the Ecclesiasti Templums give way to claustrophobic warrens of Zalaxian nest spheres, which in turn give way to passageways that appear to have been hewn from the rock of captured asteroids. Continuing to follow the signal, you eventually find yourself in a large chamber that tapers to a point before a fissure that rises 30 meters through the rock wall in front of you. Whatever else lies beyond the fissure, it is within that you will find Brother Librarian Rodimus, or whatever remains of him. You ease your tactical dreadnought armor, why does he keep saying that, through the rift, and enter the strangely miasmic gloom beyond. The rock walls themselves appear to ooze with slime. Slowly you realize that the substance of the tunnel isn't rock at all. What you took to be the rocky exterior of a trapped asteroid was, in truth, the void-hardened shell of a Tyrannid bioship. So hang on. We've got Gene Stealers, Dark Eldar, and Tyrannids all in this thing. You eventually emerge from the wound inside an arterial red passageway, the walls of which ripple with the pulse of some unbelievably slow heartbeat. My purity score is actually greater than 13. Brother? The sigh flash suddenly has you on your knees as the soft, yielding floor of the meat-walled passageway. Brother Nabor? The thought words come again. Is that you, brother? Librarian? You gasp aloud. Aye, it is I. Now listen. I don't have much time. Such is the force of his telepathic communication that it sends waves of nausea rippling through you. I have the Hive Tyrant's psychic spore now. Together we can defeat the horror. I know we can. Join me, brother. But do not antagonize the slave beasts of the ship unnecessarily, and beware the Ripper tentacles. If you need me to tell you what Ripper tentacles do, then you're going to frickin' die. Oh, excuse me, that's right. He was Romanian. If I have to tell you what Ripper tentacles do, then you're going to die. As you make your way through the fetid gloom and blood-red darkness of the bioship's interior, you wonder how it came to be part of the Herald of Oblivion. Tyrannid hive fleets do not travel through the warp like ships of the Imperium or various other sort of alien races, having mastered the instinctive manipulation of gravity fields. Oh my god, they're the freaking Yuzun Vong. However, the rent in the bioship's hide, it would seem fair to assume this particular vessel suffered catastrophic damage at some point in the past, causing it to enter a state of dormancy or hibernation. If, after this, it had encountered the Hulk... If there's Necrons on here, by the way... hopefully old Crons, but, you know, Necrons, in other words, not new Crons. If, after this, it had encountered the Hulk, which, by dint of its sheer size, could have pulled it in with its own gravity field, it is highly possible the two spaceborne entities then became combined as the Hulk continued to draw all manner of space debris to itself. The Hulk gathers all manner of debris to himself, guys. One thought worries you. With both yourself and the potent psyker, Brother Librarian Rodimus, stalking the hive ship's fetid depths, how long will it be before the spacefaring superorganism starts to wake up again? The unsettling passageway twists and turns with intestinal frequency, which is really, really gross. All you know is that Apostolary Rodimus is somewhere ahead, but which branch of the passageway will take you to him? God,
we're never gonna get out of here. Left or right? Just casually start making a map for no reason. This should be fun. Or, you know, beer and pizza. How do you save? I don't... What's it? How do I save? Oh. Okay. Save. So that's load, and that's save. Load, save, load, save. I'm gonna assume that's correct. Left. It go away. Corpse gray cilia ripple and twitch at your passing, while your ceramite boots have to contend with the thick excretions of phlegmy matter coating the floor of the passageway you are now following. Gross. There is no sign, however, of any tyrannoforms you would expect to be lurking in a bioship of the Tyranid Hive fleets. Perhaps the thing really is dead after all, and all its spawn with it. In time, you reach another natural junction. A draught is being drawn toward the rubbery pipe to your left. Hang on. A draught is being drawn towards the rubbery pipe to your left for some reason, while the fleshy tunnel to the right disappears into a crimson gloom. We're literally walking through intestines right now, sure you. Ship intestines, but still. You know what, I'm sorry. I need real music. This is nice and atmospheric, but I need something a little bit more. Let's see. I need music that goes with everything. Let's see if it really is true. Pulling an Eddie as their Deutsch. I like how I've got like 6 viewers right now who are voting. Left it is. Oh, I should turn that down a bit. The further you progress down the tunnel, the stronger the breeze becomes. Entering an uneven space laced with air pockets, kept apart by strands of sinewy tissue, you see 2 passageways leading onwards. There seems little to tell them apart, except that one to the left appears to be twice the diameter of the one on the right. Left or right, guys? Oh, hang on. Left, right, 60. I am keeping track, I swear. Wait. You know what music would go great with this? That's the wrong song. Oh, that's why. Hang on. This is actually the right song. Tied. Well, hang on. Coffee didn't actually get a vote, and he voted left. So, we're gonna go left. Which is this way now.
The tube-like tunnel continues to broaden until it becomes a spacious void within the hive ship. The air here is still for the time being, the sucking gusts of air having ceased. You immediately note the cartilaginous ribs that give the chamber its shape, and the puckered orifices which constantly ooze with slimy secretions. This is so gross. I don't have any gross music. I do actually have Metroid music, though. Hang on. Where's 1.6? Good night, Grey Wolf. I have Metroid music somewhere. Where is it? There it is. We'll just play Metroid. You see the clenched sphincter. Oh, this is a sentence is starting out great. In the roof of the chamber. It is currently closed, but looks large enough to admit a Thunderhawk gunship if it were to open. And then it does just that. Oh god, the sphincter is open, guys. Oh god. Oh, the fetid air of the lung-like space is sucked out in a gale force explosion. The force of the draught lifts you into the air, even though you are in full tactical dreadnought armor, they keep reminding us of that, and drags you towards the open orifice as if you were a leaf in a hurricane. It is then that you look through the opening and see the black void of space and the dark, distant stars beyond. The chamber must act as some kind of airlock in the shell of the hive ship, which means that this part of the creature, at least, is exposed to the void and not entirely buried within the space hulk, as you had first thought. As you hurtle towards the opening, you throw out an arm and make a grab for the fleshy wattles at its rim. Your armored fingers sink into the pliant flesh and you hang on for dear life, beseeching the Emperor not to take you to be at his side just yet. Something like Brother Kale's Lightning Claw would come in very useful to you right now. Sadly, you are not wearing this particular piece of war gear.
The last Metroid is in captivity. The galaxy...
Closer to 98% in my case, Coffee. Continuing to beseech the Emperor and your Gene Father Rogel Dorn that they do not abandon you now, you cling on, hoping the Master of Mankind might hear your entreaties, and my purity score is over 10. Truly it is said, the Emperor protects. Putting your faith in him, enthroned on earth, your grip in the greasy flesh remains strong. And then the massive portal contracts again. The rushing torrent of escaping gas ceases, and you are safe again, even if you are still trapped within the guts of a Tyranid hive ship. Realizing you won't find Brother Librarian Radimus here, you allow yourself to fall to the floor, and from there make your way back to the branching junction and take the other path. So that was death. We're just going to put a little skull there. There we go. Call him Papyrus. There we go. So we're going this way now. The tunnel leads you to a great gallery, deeper within the hive ship. What you see there has you training your weapons on the walls and checking your auspics and HUD. You recognize the creature for what it is immediately, for there can be no mistaking the terrible form of a Carnifex. One of the deadliest of all the Hive Fleet's assault creatures, the Carnifex is a living battering ram, powerful enough to take on a Vindicator tank and win. And yet, this particular specimen isn't about to kill you. Instead, it appears to be sleeping. It is cocooned within a huge serum-filled blister in the wall of this chilled chamber, its massive scything talons and crushing claws folded across its massive thorax or at its sides. Its chitinous hide is scarred by what might well have been laser blasts, and half its head is bare to the bone. It charges at you. What do you do? No, I'm kidding, but wouldn't that be horrifying? We can open fire on the Carnifex. Oh my god, we can open fire on the Carnifex, guys. Open fire or flee or sneak like the coward we are. You know, the music is telling you what to do, guys.
For all you know, there may be pheromone sensors or trigger hairs that will awaken the Carnifex if you try to proceed further. You should just unload. I can totally take on a Carnifex by myself. The Emperor protects! No trace of him was ever found. That's not true. I do have a heavy weapon. I got a sword, Burmius. Hey, Pascal. Do I seriously have 5 viewers right now? I see 5 votes. Maybe I should just quit for the night. God, it's not even that late. Feels like it is. Alright. We'll be marmots. Did you trigger any spore mines on your way here? Nope. Uh-oh. As you proceed along the gallery, you become uncomfortably aware of how loud your footfalls are. So, Wheels of Fate time. Fist. 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 The first sign you have that something is wrong is the sound of liquid sloshing within the swollen blister alcove in the wall. This is quickly followed by the tearing of the blister membrane as the monster rips its way out of its recuperation pod. As you have suspected might be the case, your presence here has awoken the sleeping Carnifex. We should have shot it, guys! It lands on the bony floor, its heavy hooves ringing from the skeletal matter as it charges towards you, scything talons. Can I save, like, right here? Okay, yes I can. It's okay, guys. It's just a Carnifex. Nothing to worry about. We totally got this. Oh, dear God. We're gonna die. Damn it, Lurker. We did it! We killed a Carnifex. With a frickin' bolter. Is this like a nightmare sequence we're having after the teleportation went wrong? The Carnifex dead, its vital fluids running in rivulets across the bony matter at your feet, you are able to continue on your way through the gallery without further obstacles getting in your way. Oh my God. Oh. Hey, Pascal. Hang on, let me add you to the list. There we go. Week's been okay. I've been kind of busy, as you might imagine. You pass from the bony hospital gallery into another fleshy tube that glows with internal bioluminescence, and you start to wonder just how far inside the hive ship you've penetrated, and where can the epistolary Radimus be exactly? From the glowing tract, you pass into a body cavity permeated with a miasmic gloom. The gloom is suddenly pierced with a spear of flame, and you lay eyes on the pyrovore waiting for you there for the first time. It is a lumpen creature bereft of the sleek lines or heavy chitin of other Tyranid species. In fact, it looks like little more than a series of digestive sacs on the legs. Its belly and throat sac are distended and seethe with volatile gastric juices contained within. As you watch, the pyrovore turns your way. Its body hunched over, it anchors itself with its heavy clawed feet in the soft floor of the gut chamber. Its body starts to convulse as it prepares to launch an incandescent ball of incendiary stomach acid from the cannon-like creature latched onto its back. I gotta be honest, we killed a Carnifex. I'm not afraid of anything in this game anymore. The projectile vomit flames of the weapon symbiote are powerful enough to reduce armor, as well as flesh and bone, to nothing more than a gooey, smoldering mucus. You need to think carefully before rushing to engage the beast. Do we fight it from afar? Or not. Far close combat. 60. Do a barrel roll. Gotta say it right. Dude, there's gonna be like an orc wog that's gonna charge us, and I'm just gonna stand there and... I told you we should have shot the Carnifex. You guys didn't believe me. I mean, the music's telling you. We need to just start chainsawing through everything. We have a chainsaw on a gun. We need to use it. We still only have 6 viewers. Close combat. Charge! Whoa. With a battle cry on your lips, you charge across the chamber to meet the Paravor in battle. As you do so, with a booming roar of its own that drowns out your battle cry, the flame spurt weapon symbiote on its back discharges a stream of scalding stomach acid, which ignites on coming to close contact with the air. You lose 3 wounds. I am actually still alive. The Paravor is just as dangerous as the living cannon attached to its back, driven by nothing more than the need to feed. The creature prepares to meet your faltering attack with its claws and fang, and then we kill it. After your killing blow, the Paravor's distended bladders and bloated gastric sacs rupture. Hand skull. Oh my god, your death blow exposes the volatile contents of the monster's gastric chambers. They combust on coming into contact with the air, blowing the Paravor apart in an explosion of bile and gristle, and drenching you in a noxious geyser of corrosive wound. You lose 5 wounds. Good god, let's heal up here. Wait, how do I do have heals. Here we go, here we go. Okay, yeah, let's... Hang on. Yeah, let's heal up. Okay. After the smoking vapors rising from what is left of the Paravor slowly dissipate, you notice for the first time the walls of the passageway have a purple-gray visceral hue. They begin to ripple and convulse with peristaltic motion. The sound of rushing water echoes from what can't be much further along the tunnel, while your suit detects an increase in humidity in the area. And then, with a great heave, the passageway suddenly contracts, and you find yourself being forced down a constricting tube as if you're being swallowed. Something like Brother Kale's lightning claw would have come in very useful right now. Sadly, you are without this particular piece of war gear. I think the game keeps trying to tell me something. There's nothing you can do. Wheel of Fate. Skullfist Fist. You are drawn down the pipe and disgorged into a large chamber filled with what looks like irregularly spaced bubbling tar pits. However, you know that they are in fact the bioship's rendering pits. That knowledge is all you need to find the strength to throw out a hand and hang onto the outlet pipe, stopping yourself from being broken down for biomass yourself. Swinging yourself down in a more controlled fashion, you land on a gristly platform of cartilage between the pits of bubbling primordial slurry. Suddenly, your Auspex chimes, having picked up Brother Rodimus's signal yet again on the far side of the rendering chamber. By the way, rendering, they had that in System Shock 2, actually. It's basically where stuff gets digested and turned into new biomass. You pause for a moment as you focus your thoughts. Perhaps if you concentrate hard enough, he might be able to spy your consciousness through the fetid haze of the hive mind with his psychrosight and know that you are on your way. Only Rodimus's signal isn't alone for long. Soon, the built-in proximity alarm begins to sound and multiple returns paint the scope of your glowing green runes. Since entering the hive ship, how many of the following organisms have you encountered? 3. The intrusion into the hive ship has not gone unnoticed. As you make your way across the chamber, following Brother Rodimus' signal, a brood of agile, six-limbed creatures dart towards you between the rendering pits. Each of the aliens clutches a weapon organism and open fire while they are still some way away. Even though you have dealt with the bioship's first wave of defense organisms, you suspect that more will be on their way soon. Quickening your steps, you reach the far side of the rib-vaulted body cavity and pass through the cartilage archway on the other side. And that's when it hits you. It's like a wave of palpable, panic-inducing terror that gnaws at your mind and your sanity with the sheer overwhelming horror of it all. After all, you are creeping through the guts of some vast spacefaring organism that is only a minuscule part of an unimaginably vast intergalactic entity composed of an appetite so insatiable even the millions of star systems contained within the galaxy are not enough to satisfy its ravenous hunger. But we have high purity. Some malign entity nearby is projecting an aura of dread that gnaws at the edges of your sanity, scratching at the back of your mind, bringing your darkest fears and phobias to the surface. For whatever the Codex Astartes might say, there are things even a space marine fears, such as in your case, not being able to complete your mission, failing to fulfill your duty to your fellow fists. However, as a battle brother of the First Company, you know how to use those anxieties, turn them back upon themselves, letting you fuel your righteous anger and retributive fury, so you might better punish the enemies of mankind. The Emperor protects! Your declaration echoes from the bony walls of the rendering vault, and hearing your words echoed back to you, you feel your faith revitalize you. You shall not fail your Primarch or him enthroned upon earth, no matter what obstacle the hive mind might set before you. You gain 1 purity. Beyond the bony archway, you find yourself... Oh my god, I can just picture a fox saying that now, Deutsch. You find yourself in a much smaller space. The walls of this organ chamber are made of pulsing black flesh, etched with a spider's web of what looks like pulsating blood vessels. But the appearance of the chamber itself is not what grabs your attention as you enter. The monster must be at least 6 meters tall, the bony protrusions on its back reaching even higher than that. It stands on 2 enormous, armored, trunk-like legs that end in both hooves and claws. Every part of the xenoform's body has been genetically engineered, with only one end in mind: to maim and kill the Hive Fleet's prey. The plates of obsidian purple chitin that cover the ivory flesh are studded with razor-sharp barbs. In one of its 4 taloned hands, it holds a bone sword that cackles with neural energy, and in another, it clutches the body of Brother Librarian Rodimus. You cannot help yourself. The shock of seeing the librarian like this, snared in the claws of the monster, is too much for you. Hang on. And it's Kraid. The Hive Tyrant turns its needling stare on you, and the same moment you feel its alien consciousness probe your mind's defenses, like talons scraping the inside of your skull. There, a sinister, self-aware intelligence at work behind those glassy, shark-black eyes. Brother Neighbor, stay back! Unconsciously, you tighten your grip on the weapon in your hand. Radimus's own war gear, his force hammer and storm shield, lies not far from you amidst the vicious phlegm-like slime covering the floor. But a postulary! The beast is too powerful, Radimus gasps, clearly in a lot of pain. It's only then, as the Hive Tyrant draws back the limb clutching the librarian, you see how horror has breached the librarian's armor, and already has its claws inside his body. But I believe today is a good day for me to die. The Hive Tyrant turns its gaze on its prisoner, hissing savagely. You can feel the malign influence of the synapse creature's psychic powers, so you hate to think what they must be doing to one whose mind is so attuned to otherworldly sensations. It must be pure torture! You cannot simply watch as Radimus is forced to endure such suffering, but what can you do? A Hive Tyrant is a powerful beast indeed, easily capable of wiping out a regiment of Imperial Guardsmen, but that doesn't mean much, because a spider could take out an Imperial Guardsman regiment. Or an ant. Or a stiff breeze. I'm sorry, but it's true. So, we can. Now we must make a choice. A heroic choice, as you can tell by the music. Kill Radimus. Mercy kill, I should say. Mercy kill Radimus. Attack Tyrant with own gear. Attack Tyrant with Radimus's gear. By the way, Radimus's gear is a Force Hammer and Storm Shield. Not too shabby. Wow, a lot of people want to go after this guy with a Force Hammer. Can't blame you. Force Hammers are freaking awesome. For the Emperor! Bam! Yeah, sword isn't going to do jack against a frickin' tyrant. At least it shouldn't. We're on easy mode. Yes, that's true, Shiryu. He is weak. He is unworthy of his clan, or not clan, excuse me, of his chapter, or of his patriarch, or of his emperor, to have fallen so easily before Zeno. He deserves death. And his name should be stricken from the records. Alright. With the Hive Tyrant occupied with the struggling Radimus, you dash across the chamber to where the Epistolaria's war gear lies, making sure to keep out of the reach of the monster's talent, but the Hive Tyrant does not need to be able to touch you to cause you harm. Hissing with savage alien hatred, the Hive Tyrant reaches out to you with its mind and unleashes a piercing shriek of psychic force. It's an attack so powerful it shreds your body and soul. 3 wounds. Dismissing the idea of recovering the Librarian's Warbeer, you unleash the Emperor's righteous fury. Even a Terminator Space Marine, even an Imperial Fist, is going to struggle to best one of the Hive Fleet's commanders in single combat. Only you're not alone. By distracting the monster from the captive in its claws, you give the Brother Librarian the time he needs to muster the prodigious psychic powers one last time, focusing him into a last-ditch assault on the Synapse creature. With a scream of Purgatus! 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 I can't say it. Rodimus unleashes an almighty blast of warp energy. It explodes with such force that just for a moment it looks like you, the Librarian, was rent the veil between the physical realm and the warp asunder, unleashing devastating forces that utterly consume the shrieking Tyrannid. The psychic shockwave picks you up and hurls you against the wall of the chamber, causing you to black out. More wounds. When you come to awake again, an unnerving calm permeates the atmosphere of the chambers. The Hive Tyrant is dead, and beside its gargantuan insectoid body lies that of Epistolary the Rodimus. Medicae sensors built into your borrowed Nerithicium scan his life signs and tell you what you already know. The Librarian was a weak and pathetic fool who did not deserve his chapter. The older Space Marine's eyes flicker open. Brother neighbor, he says with a smile, I knew we could deal with this horror together. He coughs with his eyes half closed for a moment. When they open fully again, for the last time as it turns out, you see the pupils of his eyes crackling with the last blue-white vestiges of psychic power. Beware of the sleeping god, he says, his voice barely more than a whisper. His words no longer his own. Beware the harbinger of war, and when death dies, look to the west. And then he is gone. I think we should go stab him, Sonoshi. Who's with me? A split second later, you feel the first of the paroxysmal tremors pass through the bioship. It would seem Radimus's psychic attack on the Hive Tyrant has fed back into the Hive mind, and thereby the Hive ship, too. Instinct and years of battlefield experience in all theaters of war tell you should get the hell out of Dodge. Hang on. So we should flee immediately, get gear and loot, or get gene seed. So hang on. Harbinger of Woe, Sleeping God, SG, Harbinger of Woe, and Death dies west. I'll be right back, guys. I need a fresh drink. Sorry about that. I have returned. We're gonna get the gene seed. Oh my god, we are going to die. Hang on, where's the save? Save. Okay, let's get his gene seed. Breaking the seals on Rodimus's armor, you open it up to expose the cooling body sealed within. But do you know how to activate Brother Ortis's reductor? Well, actually we do. You enter the code with a grinding whir. The drill clamp extrudes from the end of the Medicae tool, recovering both of Rodimus's progenoid glands. You deposit the gristly cyst-like growths in their own cryogenic stasis chambers beneath Brother Ortis's narthecium. By the way, I just like to say the whole gland gene seed thing is kind of gross. Of course, Sonoshi. He'd do it to me. As the hive mind seems to be awakening, it is imperative you don't linger any longer than you have to, but we gained some purity. Did you encounter a lictor through the ship? No. Oh, hang on. I want to see something. Our purity is up to 37, guys. Another rippling convulsion passes through the beast. You wonder what could be coming next. It's probably a lictor. Having failed to get rid of you by any other means, as a last resort, the hive ship attempts to purge itself of you just as a human body would a noxious bacterial infection. As you make your way back through the cavernous hollows, the aortic tunnels of the living ship, the convulsions increase in strength and rapidity, preceded by a tsunami roar, which can only be described as a tidal wave of acid reflux, crashes along the passageway behind you, sweeps you off your feet and carries you along with it and every other living thing in the vessel. All biomass will be rendered into slurry by the ocean of bile acid that is even now dissolving your armor, flesh, and bone, breaking everything down into useful minerals and protein strings from which the hive ship will start to rebuild its malignant host. Your adventure is at an end. Ew. We're dead! Okay, let's go get his war gear this time. Yay! We'll take the Thunderhammer. Take the shield. Now we flee. We lost Purity for taking his gear. And that actually lets us get out if we take his gear rather than his gene seed. Wow. This one, I guess? What number is the one? Oh, that's save. Where's load? Oh, here we go. Hang on. Okay, now let's try to get his gene seed. Into the code, gain purity. I have not encountered this creature. Wheels of Fate. Good news. Good news. We didn't get digested to death. Retracing the route you took through the bioship, your eidetic memory implants enabling you to remember every twist and turn of the superorganism's labyrinthine intestines, you soon find yourself at the rent in the creature's side by which you first entered its body. You cast a prayer of thanks to the Umbra and your Primarch for watching over you while you inside the hive ship. Get clear of the stinking viscera of the alien monstrosity. Okay. Holy crap. You are trudging through the empty storage tanks of an old Prometheum transporter when the vessel is rocked by a shuddering collision that is all the force of a planetary seismic event. At first you think it might be a Hulk quake, not uncommon aboard larger derelicts as gravitational forces and warp fatigue take their toll, but then with the scream of tortured metal, the hull of the tanker tears open and a jagged brow of a void raven breaches the, oh my god, storage tank. The sudden explosion of sparks ignites the hydrocarbon residue within. In the next second, the fires are snuffed out just as quickly as the flames are sucked out into the airless void on the other side of the hull. As the atmosphere bleeds into space, so the scream of the Dark Eldar vessel's demise subsides into silence. The void battle between the Shield of Dorn and the piratical Dark Eldar is clearly still ongoing, but it pleases you to see the strike cruiser has claimed another kill. As the Void Raven's engines detonate, the hole in the Promethean tanker is blasted even wider, the burning wreckage of the Dark Eldar ship being the next thing to be pulled back into the void as the last of the atmosphere is sucked from the hold. And the same force that abhors a vacuum are now working on you as everything that isn't bolted down is dragged towards the ragged rift. Something like Brother Kale's lightning claw would come in very useful right now. Sadly, you are without this particular piece of war gear. This is like past passive-aggressive at this point. This is just... yeah. Grabbing hold of the nearest thing you can find. This is like the third time we've been nearly sucked out into space, and we've had to pray to the Emperor. And our purity score has come into equation. Your armored fist closes around the rim of an oily steel bulkhead, and you hang on for dear life, reciting the chant of holy contrition over and over again. As the pressures on your body ease, you're able to haul yourself over to the nearest bulkhead hatch. Punching the door release, you breathe a prayer of thanks to the Primarch as it grinds open. Fighting the torrent of atmosphere being sucked from the space beyond, you make it through the portal and slam your hand on the closing mechanism. It shuts with a hollow clang, leaving you lying on the floor with an axis tunnel, recovering your own breath for a few moments. Okay, should we go after Brother Barathon or Brother Kale and his lightning fist? Oh, wow. Damn it, Zorn. The one's like, no lightning fist ever. I'm down to 5 people voting now. I'm probably going to cut this off at the next death. As fun as this is. I want to try one more thing before I cut off for the night overall. And thank you, by the way, Zoan. I am having fun with this. Brother Barathon! Oh, come on! Yeah. Leaving the Tyranid ship behind, you're setting your target as the source of the signal, originally picked up by your Auspex. You come to a rift in the rock of what appears to be a captured asteroid. You feel a strange sensation of weightlessness, and then in the next second, what was up is now down, and what was down is now up. Erratic gravitational effects on board Space Hulks are not unusual, as opposing artificial gravitic fields overlap or cancel each other out. But they can still be disorienting. The only way across the rift now is via a thin spur of rock. However, 2 other things that attract your attention as well. First, a curious pyramidal structure that appears to have broken through the asteroid. It is formed of either polished black marble-like material or some alien metallic compound. Set within the top of the black pyramid is a large cut crystal that pulses with ethereal emerald luminescence, and that in turn casts its wan light over the inverted chasm. The second thing is a drifting spore mine that appears to have become trapped here by the opposing gravitic forces. It is a particularly large specimen, and one that must have been laid by the hive ship some time ago to have drifted this far. Possibly sent out as part of the early warning perimeter alarm to alert the bioship and its cargo of the approaching hostiles. It is floating several meters above the arch of the rock bridge, glistening tentacles dangling beneath it, and it certainly doesn't appear to have sensed your presence. However, if you venture across the rock bridge, you suspect it soon will. So we can Cross. Fire. Leave. Fire as in on the spore mine. Except we're in the wrong species for that, but you know what I mean. Yoshi, what color is best?
Green is best. Yoshi, green is best.
Sorry. I just picture Yoshi with like one of those giant 5-barrel guns going,
Yeah, Yoshi.
No one's voting today, so I'm sad. This might be my least, like my smallest exploration ever. It's actually kind of depressing how few people are here right now. Yoshi's answer that is Yoshi! Okay. Fire everything! Taking aim, you fire at the spore mine. You are a dead shot. Your single bolt around cracks the mine's carapace. The spore explodes in a spray of fast-acting enzyme acids. This torrent of bile splashes over the narrow rock bridge and starts eating away at the meteoric minerals themselves. Oh god! It's the mother brain! You've never seen anything so corrosive before, and you were only glad you weren't within the spore's blast radius when it died, but the bridge is gone! You are not able to continue your quest to track down Brother Barathon this way, so you need to go get another member. So you need to go. So now we are being literally forced to go after Brother Kale. Following Brother Kale's signal brings you to the edge of a gaping chasm formed between two crushing wrecks. The only way onwards that you can see is across the toppled structure of a crane. A powerful wind, result of convection currents created by still active engine reactors. Blah, 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 blah. We gotta keep going. Treading carefully, you indeed commence your crossing of the fallen crane. Your few faltering steps are accompanied by nothing worse than a few creaking groans. But then, you feel the girder you are traversing giving onto you. Clearly, the damage to the structure of the lifting mechanism is worse than you first suspected! Less concerned about how carefully you are moving now and more concerned about how quickly you're moving, you pick up the pace. You are halfway across when it buckles again. Suit servos squealing, you near the far side of the chasm and hurl yourself across the last few meters as the makeshift bridge gives away at last. The clanging reverberations of the giant winch crashing into the abyss echo from the hulls of the crumpled wrecks for some time after your crane has disappeared from view altogether. You're only thankful you still aren't on it yourself. Brother Kale! Following Brother Kale's signal, you penetrate far into the derelict. You traverse broken, twisted corridors of sheet metal, pass through fissures formed within accumulated space rock. Sometimes your way is lit by still flickering glow globes, but most of the time you find yourself cloaked in shadows and darkness, forced to rely on your own enhanced senses, the auto-senses of your Terminator armor and your searchlight to help you to navigate a path through the vast hulk. Slowly the nondescript corridors and walkways and rifts give way to some rust-red walls, corridors wide enough to draw in a rhino through, and familiar, blocky, metallic structures. The repeated bas-relief images of cybernetic skulls removes any doubt, as if there had any been. You have entered the wreck of a warp-lost vessel of the Adeptus Mechanus. Acres of grilled decking spreads out before you in a ruddy gloom, permeating... Come on, we need to run for this song. As you progress further, it becomes clear something is wrong. Other than the fact that the Ark is now part of the drifting Space Hulk, there are things growing on the mounds of sludge dripping with various effluent discharges in the walls. The growths look like large fungi, their pointed caps the color of stained copper. Memories implanted inside your head during one of the phases of your initiation into the Imperial Fists means you recognize them for what they are. They are orcoid in origin, part of the savage race's reproductive cycle. If allowed to grow to maturity in time, they will produce more of the savage greenskins, or one of the lesser orcoid species, but they'll still be troublesome for the Imperium. The only way to eradicate them is to burn them! A heavy flamer would have come in useful. Brother Barathon was carrying one. Not that information is useful to you right now. You make good progress into the Ark, heading into southerly direction, and there's just a planet exploding in the background there. Don't mind that. It's normal. This is Warhammer. Keeping one eye on your Auspex and Brother Kale's signal at all times. Eventually, you reach a solid wall of reinforced adamantium. At the same time, you lose Kale's signal. You wonder if he's still alive, or whether something else in the makeup of this vessel is blocking your signal. Either way, you had better head directly towards him. Do you go east or west? I'm ready to make a new map here. New map. The whole time while he's thinking about going east or west, he's like posing, and this music is playing in his head. Yes, Deutsch. He is a true space marine, after all. East it is. You continue your advance through the Mechanius vessel, still unhindered. Other than the growths of fungus, you have not seen any sign of greenskins on board. Perhaps the toadstools are only the initial phase of a new infestation. The further you advance, the further you are heading away from the source of Brother Kale's signal. As you pass beyond a steel-ribbed archway, you come to the entrance of what looks like another gigantic effluent pipe. Its grilled metal cover is gone, torn open by something, and recently, too. And then, as you point your searchlight into the mouth of the pipe, your Auspex detects movement in there. So we can enter the pipe. Enter pipe of doom. Continue east, go back. Are three options here. So we went east, and there's a pipe right here with a Gretchen in it or something, I don't know.
Guns might be that way. Let's go another way.
I'm gonna need a new song in a second here, I just realized. Dude, we're no Mario, Malaeus. Okay, we're entering the Pipe of Doom. Hang on, let me switch to the Pipe of Doom music here. Into the pipe. The pipe is so large that even you, knitted out in your full tactical dreadnought armor, can enter without fear of becoming wedged. Water, or some other liquid, drips from the curved roof of the pipe, collecting in a channel under your boots before running away from you further into the gloom. Your Auspex return increases in rapidity, and then you see it, caught in the beam of your searchlight. The creature is large, at least as big as the biggest orc, but rather than being green, its leathery hide is blood red in color, and its body is almost entirely spherical. The thing gives a croaking, belching cry and bounds towards you on a pair of powerful legs. Its tiny forelimbs hugging tightly against its body. The rest of the creature is little more than a vast mouth filled with great bony tusks and ferocious fangs. Apparently heedless of your own formidable appearance, the monstrous squig attacks. We kill it. The squig dies with a satisfying pop, and then its body disintegrating into myriad spores which fill the pipe. becoming caught on the sticky surface of the corroded metal, or drifting down to the floor where many are captured by the effluent stream and carried into the dock. The pipe continues in a direction closer to that you believe you want to be traveling in, but there may be greater dangers to face than squigs further on. Let's be honest, the Umbra has actually protected us like, what, 5 times now? The best music ever, Lurker. That's a lie. This song is the theme music for an area where fate lies and hope dies. This is Ice Crown music. The pipe begins to slope downwards, the gradient becoming steadily steeper. Just as you are wondering if you shouldn't quit this course and return to the entrance, with a terrible rending of metal, the corroded pipe gives way under your weight, cantilevering forwards. You are unable to save yourself as the pipe falls away. For a moment, both your vision and your HUD remain dark. The interminable oppressive darkness gives way to gray shadows and finally infrared images as your helm's autosenses come back online. Slowly you get to your feet with the rusted handle and a corroded bulkhead to help. As you rotate left and right, your searchlight penetrating the gloom, you build up a picture of the place where you now find yourself. It is a space as large as one of your great shrine temples. It is only then you look down to yourself and see that your golden armor is covered with thick, greasy sludge. You are up to your ankles in more of the same. Judging by the lake of oily effluent and the cavernous space by which you find yourself, you are clearly in the bilges of the Mechanius vessel. And if what your Auspex is telling you true, not even orcs have dared delve this far. Unable to return the way which you entered the bilges, you have no choice but to set off across the lake of sludge, praying the Primarch will guide your steps so you might be reunited with your lost battle brother. A fumy miasma hangs over the surface of the sump lake, one of which rises the corroded buttresses that support the distant ceiling. Islets of collected detritus, and even the occasional purple tentacle, although the latter disappear again just as quickly upon sensing your approach. And then, through the murk, a towering wall appears. You have reached the end of this particular compartment of the hold. The wall is pitted with corrosion, bedecked with jutted balconies, rising rampways, ladders. You are confident you could scale it to escape the villages. However, at the foot of the mountainous wall is a sealed bulkhead door, and a part of you can't help but wonder where it might lead. Try the door, or scale the wall. More voots are always a good thing, Zoan. Burn open the door! The bulkhead door bears both the cog and cyber skull symbols of the machine cult. As you seize the two halves of the hatchway with your servo-assisted ceramic gauntlets, you wonder if it is a sign of what you can expect to find in the chamber beyond, or whether it was a warning. No, I don't, Sonashi. I haven't heard from them in forever. months, actually, at this point. And good night, Sonoshi. With a hiss of escaping stale air. Yes, but Tor isn't part of canon, Malachor. We all know that. With a hiss of escaping stale air, the hatch slowly begins to open, even as the hydraulic mechanisms of the door groan in protest as they fight to keep it closed. There come a series of clicks, and 4 smaller hatches irises open around the door. From these orifices snake 4 thick mechadrites. Each articulated robotic limb ends in a pair of vicious pinchers which snap at your own armored limbs, even as the mechadrites try to encircle you. You have no choice but to engage the doll's defenses. Stormbolter! You fire your bolter at the door's defenses, and while it is effective in range combat, it is a poor choice in this scenario. You sever one of the mechadrites, but this takes time, allowing the others to attack you. The battle is fierce, and you finally succeed, but take 8 damage. Hi, War Wager. What's going on, dude? Welcome to the empty stream. There's like nobody on tonight. Is there another event going on? Like, I know the PSX is happening soon. Is that tonight? Is that why nobody's watching me right now? With a spurting sputter of sparks, the last of the severed mechadrites falls into the oily sludge and slinks out of sight. Taking the 2 halves of the bulkhead door in your hands once more, you pull them apart in a display of formidable strength. Stepping over the threshold of the portal, you enter a much smaller chamber beyond that has the air of a mausoleum. Entombed within, covered by centuries of dust, are 4 motionless forms. Each is in part flesh, though that flesh is now withered and mummified. Judging by the extensive modifications made to 3 of the bodies, these were once slaved servitors. The 4th, however, is shrouded in a deep red robe, priest of the cult Mecanius. We can search the chamber, search the bodies, or leave the dead be and leave the room. Search chamber, search bodies, flee. Here, fine, I'll change it just for you, Lurker. God. Let's go with a 2-hour song, shall we? It's actually 1 hour, 54 minutes, and 18 seconds. Yes, yes, so on, for the glory of the Umbra, we shall have more roots. Search the bodies. I'm going to save before we do that. For no reason. As you move between the bodies, disturbing the dust of ages, your attention is drawn to a blinking light that lies buried in the tangle of robes and mechadrites that is all that's left of the tech priest. Reaching into the knot of servo limbs, your hand closes around a digawand, the kind of a key used to unlock a digital lock. It has a total of 12 blinking lights running along the length of its cylindrical body. A sudden whirring sound alerts you to danger. As the slumped tangle of robes and augments begin to move, it would seem that the dead do not sleep as easy as you first believed. As the tech priest's remains rise up, its decayed vestments crumble and fall from its metallic body. There is no flesh left. The mass of metal and mechadrites is all that's left of the adept. The machine spirit still residing within, instinctively trying to defend the tech priest's sanctuary from interlopers. We kill it! The tech priest's remains clatter to the floor of the chamber, now just as much scrap metal bone fragments and severed servo limbs. Surveying the room. Oh, we're gonna get there in just a second, Bernison, but I'm with you. Surveying the room, you can see nothing else for you here. But you can't help but wonder what the tech priest was doing here. It's almost as if the adept locked himself away to hide. Or he was guarding something. So should we use wand or flee like the stupid, worthless, horrible cowards we are? It's called slanting. God, I hope so, Melikor. I'm sick of him existing. And by the way, let's call him by his real name. We all know him to be Vishay. And it sounds dumb, and that's why we should keep calling him that. Oh, Vishay the Stupid. Good night, Permeus. Have a good one. Hope to see you tomorrow. Yeah, we literally have a wand of unlocking. Come on. We should use it. I already know a decent amount of the story war wager, but as usual, if anybody wants no spoilers, one is enough, so... Use the wand! Okay. As you turn from the wreckage of the tech priest, the machine spirit encased within the Digimon chirrups and a number of blinking lights in its casing turn red. Giving the room a sweep with the wand, it chirrups again and more of the lights change color. As you advance farther into the room, the wand starts to emit a regular bleeping tone, which rises in rapidity and pitch as you move towards the back wall of the chamber. The sound being emitted by the Digimon becomes a single, unbroken tone, and the last of the lights turn crimson, with a clanking of ancient bolts unlocking. A previously hidden portal in the wall slides open. A miasma of nitrogen mist escapes the darkness beyond, evaporating the moment it comes into contact. So we can go in or leave. I'm not even going to let you choose. We're going in. After 100 meters, the passageway ends at another door. However, this one opens as soon as you approach it. The lights on the Digiwand turn from red to green. You find yourself at the threshold to a near spherical room filled with ancient cogitator relays and obsidian black memory matter data stores. At the center of all this archaeotech, sitting amidst a nest of cables, is a polished human skull, adorned with all manner of microelectrical and mechanical accoutrements. As you enter the chamber, the bionic eye set within the orbit of one of the eye sockets begins to glow with malevolent red light. With a hum of electrical and mechanical activity, the skull rises upward on the end of a telescoping armature. The cyber-altered task unit proceeds to scan you with a sweep of green laser light, chuntering to itself in binaric as it does so. Finally, a voice, rusty with age and faltering from lack of use, sounds through the Vox link in your helm. Assessment. Adeptus Staris. Designation Imperial Fist. Tactical Dreadnought Armor Threat Assessment High. Who is this? You demand. You've never encountered a cyber skull that spoke before. Increased tonal inflection and pheromone analysis indicate subject is angry. Thrust assessment very high. I am Nabor, battle brother of Squad Death Metal, son of Dorn, of the Imperial Fist, of the Adeptus Astartes, for the Emperor! I have come to cleanse this hulk of Encino's taint. Who are you? Who am I? Unit C-80-8473. What is your name? My name, I think I remember a name now. This unit remembers I was once Magos Stratos Vorik of Cultus Mechanus once. So, this cyber skull is all that's left of a Magos of the Adeptus Mechanus. Could it be the cybernetic remains of the tech priest that attacked you were once him? How did you come to be like this, you ask, your curiosity piqued. The voice in your helm is silent for several seconds, until Magos Vorik finds his voice again. The Omnissiah's oath was lost, the warp had claimed it, engines were failing, no way out, grew dying. The phage had seized control of our flesh. Magos Bulgius had recovered alien virus from lifeless planetoid. Now we know why there was no life there. We were dying. all of us, fearing the worst, and loss of every scrap of knowledge I had accumulated over the centuries I downloaded my mind into this unit, hoping it would preserve my consciousness longer than my ailing body could. I locked myself away from those infected from the phage, waited for the virus to eat itself to death.
How long ago was that?
What year is it now?
By Imperial reckoning, it is the last year of the 41st millennium.
Cannot be. Could I have been asleep all that time?
There's more. This ship is now part of a derelict. A warp-born space hulk that goes by the name Herald of Oblivion, and has been taken over by greenskins. I am here as part of a mission to cleanse the hulk of the taint of Xenos. Come with me, aid my quest. Fulfill your own oaths of allegiance to the Imperium of mankind again.
I will help you, or I cannot stand why the omniscience oath is robbed of everything it is. It is remade in the image of some heathen alien god.
With that, the CAT extracts itself from the nest of cables and trundles towards you on a pair of caterpillar tracks.
Follow me.
Vorik's voice comes into your ear as the CAT trundles away, and another hatch opens. You gain 2 purity! Woo!
Which one's the one?
Making your way through the ancient Mechanius vessel, you come at last to a vast vaulted antechamber. Your auspex lights up with all the contacts it's detecting. The place is heaving with greenskins of all sizes, from scrawny Gretchen to hulking orc knobs, but all of them are focused on the same activity. On the other side of the vault is a pair of sealed blast shutters. The huge portal looks large enough to admit a titan. Oh, thank you, Zorn.
We are pure Venters! I'll let Zawan answer that question. Or Deutsch, or whoever wants to.
The huge portal looks large enough to admit a titan, and does indeed bear the cog skull seal of the machine cult. The orcs and their lesser kin are trying to open the shutters, firing all manner of noisy, smoky weapons at the doors, so the chamber echoes with the report of missile launchers, heavy caliber weaponry, and what seems like a continuous wave of explosions.
I have to get beyond those last doors.
I need to create a distraction. Without waiting for a response, the CAT whirs away in the direction of the orcs. The greenskins are so preoccupied with trying to force the shutters open, they remain wholly unaware of your presence. But how can you set about distracting so many? It is then, as you are scouring the chamber for inspiration, that your gaze falls on the autocannon emplacements positioned either side of the archway by which you have entered the antechamber. Once monotasked servitors would have manned the emplacements, but time and decay have taken their toll, and now the gun nests appear to be empty. Against so many of the Xenos, you decide that manning one of the autocannon emplacements would be your best bet. Climbing up the spiral stair to the pulpit of the autocannon emplacement, you disturb the squabbling team of Gretchen that are already there, and which appear, in between hitting each other with spanners, to be attempting to strip the weapon of its magazine. If you're to be able to turn the autocannon to your advantage, you have to clear the Gretchen! This will be our hardest fight yet! Okay, we did it. Taking your position at the controls of the autocannon, with the weapon cycling up to speed and its autoloaders online, you open fire on the orc host. The high-caliber rounds chew through the massest greenskins, every shot finding a target and exploding another alien body in a welter of blood and bone. The greenskins die by the dozens as your assault reaps a terrible harvest. You gain 1 purity! Suddenly, from the throng of fleeing, roaring, screaming greenskins, riding a Promethean black contrail, comes a crude rocket-propelled device. Releasing your hold on the autocannon, you throw yourself from the gun emplacement as the rocket hits. Though you are not caught directly in the blast, the shockwave catches up with you and hurls you into the mass of orcs charging your position. You have accomplished a mighty deed in vanquishing the enemies of the Umbra, But there are far more orcs in Gretchen than even a one-man army such as yourself can successfully take on, as wave after wave of green iron comes crashing down on your armored form. You fight valiantly until you are overcome and lose 4 wounds. You are lying on your back in the desert. Your battle with the core clansmen over. You have won, but you are dying nonetheless. You feel it. And then, there above you, in bleached white sky, you see a golden angel descending on wings of fire towards the honor arena. Only, they aren't wings of fire, and the radiant being isn't an angel. You see it now for what it really is, an Imperial Fist Space Marine coming to ground, its jetpack slowing its descent. Only, it isn't the roar of the Battle Brothers jetpack you hear. It's the shrill whine of a circular saw. And then a sympathetic vibration starts up in your armored suit, and your body, bound within, begins to shudder in sympathy. Opening your eyes, the patches of grey supernovae resolving into shapes before you, you sit up. In response to this simple action, you hear what sounds like a guttural balk of surprise. You are in a dimly lit chamber that feels almost claustrophobic after the last you were in. Standing in front of you, the running power saw still clutched in one meaty paw, is a large orc with what appears to be a heavy pack of heavy tools strapped to its back. It grunts as it regards you with one beady eye, and one eye that is oversized, red-lensed augment. Behind the green skin, you see several smaller specimens run for the cover of the shadows in the corner of the chamber. It would appear the orc engineer was attempting to cut you out of your Terminator armor when you came around just in time. We kill him! The mechanic falls to the ground, dead, its Gretchen crew running from the room, jabbering in fear. The chamber is full of all manner of metal detritus, everything from salvaged toothed gears to what appears to be the core of cogitator relays. In front of you stands the open archway through which the Gretchen fled. There are no other obvious ways in or out. Loot or pursue Gretchen. I'm spelling that wrong. Hang on, we need slightly more appropriate music for this. Let me think about that for a moment. This should do. We'll see how this works. Should we loot? Or should we pursue the Xeno scum? Crush them like the bugs that they are. For the... Damn it, Malachor. For the Emperor... Whatever his name is, you know. Wow. Okay. Hey, Lord of Mordor. Loot! We will be looting. To begin with, every piece of junk you uncover in the Mech Boy's workshop is just that. Junk. Until you find the Storm Bolter, an ancient relic of your own chapter. The finely etched decoration on the weapon is wondrous to behold. The work of a master artificer, and, praise the Emperor, as far as you can tell, it's still in working order. But your heart sinks when you read the name inscribed on the bolter's barrel. Kale. For Brother Kale to have become separated from his holy Storm Bolter, and for it to end up here, his situation must be dire indeed. It is your duty to recover this ancient relic, and you sincerely hope you'll be able to return it to Brother Kale before too long. I must find Brother Kale! Outside the mechanic's workshop come Ludlosh. You find yourselves in a passageway that is all exposed cabling and air circulation systems. This in turn leads you to another brightly lit chamber, but the sight that greets your eyes has you cursing the Xenos to an eternal torment in the warp. Lying on a slab of cold steel is Brother Kale's corpse. Stripped of his armor, it is quite clear he is very dead, the orc surgeon standing over him having already amputated all his limbs. The Pain Boy is now in the process of removing Kale's black carapace from the flesh of his torso. Uncontrollable rage, as hot as the agony of the Pain Glove,
consumes you. Focusing your anger, you kill them instantly. And we got the claw. Finally. Now we'll never need it again. The pain boy dead, you turn your attention to the violated cadaver of your battle brother. No Imperial fist should be forced to endure such an ignoble end as this. Brother Kale's armor lies abandoned in one corner of the room, discarded like so much trash, along with one of his mighty lightning claws. You have no idea where the second one is. The close combat weapon is truly a magnificent armament, each of its long finger blades painstakingly etched with scenes of the Imperial Fist's defense of the palace of the Emperor on Terra. Holy Terra! Yes, we totally get the claws. And even though they're worse than the hammer, we're still going to equip those frickin' claws. There's one more thing you might yet be able to do for Kale, and that is recover his gene seed. But did Ordis show you how to redact? Yes, he totally did. Since Brother Kale has already been stripped of his armor, it is a straightforward matter to extract his progenitoid glands, storing the two gristly lumps in their own stasis chamber inside Brother Ordis' nothesium. Gain 2 purity. There's nothing more you can do for Brother Kale now. The loss of his suit of tactical dreadnought armor is one that you and your battle brothers will have to avenge at a later date. What matters now is that you purge the Mechanius Ark of its Xenos infestation, and then do all you can to regroup with the rest of Squad Death Metal. Your weapons primed, ready to bring the Emperor's wrath upon the heads of the Greenskins, you exit the Pain Boy's laboratory, sending a swarm of small, gribbly things scurrying and hopping before you. Turning a corner, you suddenly find yourself on a protruding platform that looks out over the vast vault beyond, and the sight that greets your eyes has you staring in appalled horror at the totem titan being constructed in the great hangar space. The hangar's alive with activity, and it is all focused around the vast alien idol that has been constructed on the far side. To say it is akin to one of the Cyclopean fighting machines of the Legiones Titanus would be blasphemously disrespectful to the ancient god machines of the Adeptus Mechanis. The Stompa, as the orcs refer to these monstrous devices, bristles with a host of primitive, lethally effective weaponry. The interlocking plates of its cobbled-together hull have been daubed with brutish symbols, ugly totemic devices, a host of orc teeth at its feet, while dozens of Gretchens scurry over every part of it. The mini-gargant is a likeness of one of the orcs' savage deities, and to think it has been constructed from the capitalized wreck of a noble ark of the Adeptus Mechanis. You swear an oath on that moment that, even if it is your last service you perform in the name of the Emperor, you will destroy it. Descending from the platform, you fight the Stompa! Aware of your presence now, the host of greenskins gathered at the hangar starts to move towards you at a lumbering run. Hey, Sparta. Their massed footfalls setting the deck plates shuddering, as if the Mechanis vessel is coming under fire from the Orc kill cruiser. Which it might be. It is then, as the horde charges you, and you prepare to meet your end in battle. The hangar is rocked by a massive explosion that knocks the greenskins off their face, and leaves only you standing. As the shuddering boom passes and the smoke clears, something immensely tall, feral, and awe-inspiring strides into the vault through the hole it has just blasted in the hangar wall. The monstrous thing stalks the chambers, its low-slung wolfish snout sweeping from side to side, as if sniffing the air with the scent of its prey and letting its controlled bursts of plasma fire loose into the green-skinned throng. With a retracting clatter of gears and chains, the mini-gargant stirs to life, turning its personal arsenal in direction of the darting warhound. The Gretchen's howls of fear are drowned by the furious bellows of their larger, orcish kin as the brutes turn their attention towards the new interloper as it moves to engage with the Stompa. Oh, yes, Sparta, that is an excellent question. I do actually have a response for you. There we go. Ahem. The orc that was leading the initial charge against you, a stolen commissar's cap on its head, its left arm encased in a huge tearing metal claw, is determined to have the satisfaction, and it will be your pleasure to deny the Xeno its revenge. This, what? Oh, yeah, it did! He totally backed us up, finally. The deafening roar of another explosion drowns out all other sound for a moment, dragging your attention back to the battle now raging between the Warhound and the Stomper. The orcish idol has already lost its super gatler, while the Scout Titan is limping badly. As you watch, the Warhound's primary weapon fires with a sound like a wolfish bark. A bolt of superheated energy flashes from its plasma blast gun, impacting the Stomper at close quarters and vaporizing its whole belly plating. This is followed up with a fusillade of fire, delivered at point-blank range by its Vulcan Mega Bolter. Flames lick from the inside the eye sockets and gun ports of the Stomper as the idolatrous machine is taken over by a succession of mechanical seizures. It is then you hear the crackle of Magos' voice. "Run, Mother Namor." "Magos Warwick?" you begin. "There is no time. Run while you still can." You do not hear him speak again. The greenskins are milling about in confusion now, as many of them are crushed underfoot by their erratic, out-of-control idol. You understand what is happening to the machine now. Its power plant has been critically damaged, and it's only a matter of seconds from catastrophic meltdown. It is time to beat a hasty, tactical retreat. Moving as fast as your Terminator armor will allow, you make your way out of the hangar in a race to escape the Mechanist vessel before the detonation of the Stomper's power plant cleanses it of the Xeno filth infesting it. You reach the way out of the Titan hangar as the Stomper's power core goes critical. You hear the detonation of its fission reactor, and then nothing else, as the furious roar of the massive explosion subsumes everything. Not daring to look back for even a nanosecond, you keep running, your auto-senses in your helm alerting you to the approaching firestorm with clacks and screams. The passageway you are running down narrows as you near the sealed bulkhead at the end, and then, mercifully, the door machine's spirit awakens. With a hiss of compressed gas and the accompanying echoing clang of steel, the door opens. You throw yourself through, slamming a palm on the closing mechanism on the other side, before the rolling flames catch up with you. You have done it. Through your actions, the Orc Stomper has been destroyed, and the Orc host with it. Purity! Did you manage to eradicate the fungus? No. As you make your way back through the entrance, a number of returns ping on your auspics. At first, through your HUD, they look like nothing more than fleeting shadows, but then one hops into view. Little more than a huge mouth crammed with blood. It's a squig. It's a squig. We killed the squig. There's nothing left to be done here. Brother Kale is dead and gone, but there may yet be other survivors. So yeah, we're gonna go after Barathon, the only person left. The route you are taking through the Hulk takes you continually downwards. Or at least what passes for down in the warped gravity fields of the massive derelict, until, judging by the Aquila and other holy iconography about you, you find yourself in the guts of some long-lost pilgrim vessel. But your suspicions are immediately aroused. Wait, you're right, guys, we should go to Terra and replace the Emperor! We will be the new Emperor, and we will cleanse the worlds of all the galaxy of all... Your suspicions are immediately aroused when you see the iconography of the Ecclesiasti has been daubed with much cruder totem symbols and what appears to be some form of green pite. It's not uncommon for the bilges of Imperial spacefaring vessels to support whole communities in what are effectively makeshift shantytowns. But what you find as you progress doesn't look like a human settlement. It looks like an orky one. Yeah. Is my purity greater than 9? Hang on, let's check really quick. Let's see, my purity is 40-6. You don't know how, but you sense that something isn't right. You bring your plodding advance to an abrupt halt, a split second before the stack of metal debris to your left comes crashing down in front of you. If you had not halted, you would have been buried under tons of steel scrap. Move around the piles of scrap. Clear of the scrap heap, you ready your weapons. You don't believe for a moment the stack collapse was an accident. And then an undulating cry reverberates throughout the towers of metal debris. Whoa! I'm not going to do it full volume. I've got people here, but whoa! Your first instinct is there another community of orcs lurking down here, and they're closing in for the kill. But now that their trap has been sprung. But there's something strange about the bellowed war cry. The pitch is too high. Oh my god. I just read the next page. It isn't long before you discover why. Splashing through the stinking morass of the bilges is a mob of humanoid creatures clad in roughly oddments of metal armor, their bodies daubed with blue war paint, while their faces are hidden behind jutting metal jaws and steel skull domes. And they're not orcs. They're humans. Or at least they were once. From the sores on their arms, patches of scaly skin, occasional extraneous limb, it is quite clear these are mutants. What do we do with mutants, viewers? I know what we do with the heretic. I know what we do with the alien. But what do we do with mutants? How many generations must have passed since the pilgrim vessel first became lodged within the Herald of Oblivion for its passengers to degenerate to such a state? Not only to become mutants, but to turn their back on the Imperial Creed and emulate the more powerful greenskins. It is your holy duty to purge them. I want to actually see this one. I want to get right up into their face. Remind me to heal after this battle, by the way. We're actually kind of low on health. Damn it, Permeus and Baronessa. Okay, this is actually kind of bad. Oh, God. And I can't seem to hit anything. Although, they are just missing me. This is apparently XCOM luck. All over the place here. Jeez Louise. Down you go. Victory. Okay, seriously, we need to heal. We got 4 more heals. We need to use one of them. Okay. You cannot believe there are only 6 mutants living in such a sorry, inhuman state within the bilges. Everything else you've seen so far, daubed orcish glyphs, crude debris idols, suggest to you there must be a settlement of some kind nearby. But, you see why I've been skipping it, Twitch. Should we go, burn the mutant, or find brother dude face? I forget which one. Barathon, I think. Yeah, you say that, Baronessa. We did take on a Carnifex by ourselves. And we did two-man a Tyrant. And, like, a bunch of other stuff at this point. Oh my god, guys, we are playing Striker. We must burn the mutants. Wait, hang on, it's... I don't remember the whole creed. It's like, burn the mutant, purge the heretic, cleanse the Xeno? Is that how it goes? Yeah, I know, right? War wager? Crazy, huh? Burn the mutant! The training you received on being admitted to the chapter as a scout of the 10th Company serves you well now. Less than half an hour has passed, according to your suit's internal chronometer, when you pass the boundary markers of State Skull and Ripperjack hides, and lay eyes on the mutant encampment for the first time. Remaining in cover, you peer out at the camp. The settlement has been raised in the ice of a curved hulk bulkhead, girders and scaffolding poles being reused to create a steel stockade. Standing on guard outside the main gate is a devolved abhuman with a type widely recognized amongst the Imperium man. The mutant is as tall as you are in your tactical dreadnought armor, just as broad as a cross. Its green-gray hide is covered in tough crocodilian scales, its huge hands holding a jury-rigged spear gun, whilst hooked over the belt of its bilge-rat loincloth is a hefty-looking axe. Burn heretic, kill mutant, purge unclean. Thank you. So you all lied to me. We kill the mutant. We don't burn the mutant. It'll be fine, or wager. Well, technically, with our purity, we basically are actually a new emperor at this point, so, you know. These abhumans, sometimes known as the scaly subspecies, are legendary on hive worlds across the galaxy for their durability and strength. And such a fearsome reputation is not unfounded, for they even have the ability to regenerate lost limbs, as certain reptiles do, and their centimeters-thick skin acts as natural armor. Just like the other mutants you encountered, the Scaly's body's been daubed with crude war paint. However, it is wholly unaware of your presence. Well, you already said to go after this guy, so let's do it! For Dorn, and the glory of him on earth, thou shalt not suffer a mutant to live! Hey, Ojunix! The battle at the gate has alerted the rest of the settlement to your presence, but it would appear that most of the menfolk are out hunching bilge rats or hull-clinging ripperjacks, or scavenging for metal scrap, as the only people left in the camp, if you can call them that, are the sick, elderly womenfolk and children. See you around, Sparta. Coming face to face with one of the Emperor's avenging angels, the mutants flee in panic. That is a good one, Zoan. Fleeing into the trackless wastes of the bilge marshes before you can rain holy judgment upon them. What are you talking about? I would have totally killed the women and children as they were fleeing. Excuse me. The women and the younglings. Entering the hastily abandoned camp, you are able to survey your surroundings without being disturbed. At the center of the settlement, you find the mutant's ammo store. Ignoring the crude hand bows and primitive musket, you haul back a mildewed tarpaulin to discover a crate containing more Stormbolter ammo. The detour was well worth it. So I'm going to go ahead and let you choose this. We can keep killing mutant scum, or look for Brother Dudeface. I mean, honestly, is this even a choice? You know, this may sound weird, but I'm a little surprised, unless it's been done and I missed it, that there's never been any storylines about someone who's made a serious attempt at being the new emperor. Like, being a new emperor, I should say that more correctly. I know, the Emperor of Man was a stupidly powerful psyker, and it's arguable there's never been a psyker as strong as him since then, but, you know. My point is they could have done that kind of storyline, and to my knowledge they haven't. Did I say hi to Ojunix? I did, because I was treating Ojunix as a mutant and gunning him down. We must purge, burn, and kill. A tie? Really? We'll let the One Ring decide. Heads. That is kill. We're gonna keep killing. Stowed away in a hovel constructed in the ice of the hull, hidden in a box under a bed. Wow, we got pretty good on our search check, didn't we? You find what is clearly a piece of archaeotech. It looks not unlike a signum, a device you've seen used by the tech marines of your chapter. Having now scoured the camp from top to bottom, you decide there really isn't anything else of use to be found here. Can we just kill them? I just want to kill them. After wading through the collected muck of centuries, you finally emerge from the bilges, climbing a mound of molten metal slag that in turn leads to a gaping hole in the side of the pilgrim vessel. As you leave, you shoot down a bunch of mutants. And so it comes to pass... Get off my screen. That as you continue on your honor-bound trek through the drifting derelict, you arrive at last to the Adepta Soritas vessel, Spear of Ophelia. That's true, Ethereal. This ship, like so many others that have become amalgamated into the Herald of Oblivion, is empty. Its crew and troops it once carried long dead, and now naught but dust. The quickest way onward is directly through the haunted, columned halls of the Spear. And it is as you are following this pilgrim's penitent path through the ship, you come upon a derelict shrine. Once it stood to the glory of the God Emperor of Man, a symbol of hope. It's actually a statue of us. Now it is nothing but broken window panes, toppled candle plinths, and torn banners. Even though, as a space marine, you do not venerate the Emperor as a deity, but rather a paradigm of manhood and ultimately father of your kind, to see this shrine to his glory in such a pitiful condition fills you with a sense of loss and sadness. You set about restoring the shrine as best you can, but a few changes to make it more towards, you. With your self-appointed task completed at last, as you are regarding your handiwork, a ball of glowing luminescence appears as if from nowhere in the center of the chapel. The sphere of glittering light expands, bathing everything in its blessed light. As you are absorbed into its halo of illumination, every fiber of your being feels as if it's on fire, but rather than pain, you feel energized, as if there's nothing you cannot do in the Emperor's name. Gain purity. But the Shrine of Martyrs is not done with you yet. As you pass through the templum doors, you notice a statue of the Battle Sister set within a gloomy alcove across the lintel, watching over the portal below, her hallowed armaments in her hands. Only these weapons are not carved from stone, but actual holy relics of the Adepta Soritas, once consecrated by the priests of the Ecclesiasti and enshrined in ages past. Take the gun, or sword. Take the gun, be an idiot, and leave are our options here. I'd go for the gun, personally. Oh my god. I'm not actually that tired. I mean, I'm at my normal level of tired. Oh my god, I still have all the bravest on my phone. Get off my phone! Get off! Uninstall now, you piece of garbage. You don't even deserve to exist. Ugh. Damn it, Deutsch. I got something chainsaw-y to show you, Deutsch. Who am I kidding? I'm a shooter boy. Seriously, I'm a flashy gits. Oh, okay, Zon. I was curious if we were, like, reaching the halfway point or what. I mean, yeah. Sword. Terrible option. You guys are terrible. The blade. Yep. And then we don't equip it. What? I want the claws, dude. Okay, fine. You voted. Hang on, I'll take the stupid blade. Yeah. We'll lose the claws. Whatever. Oh, we can look at the gun, too. Yeah, I'll take that. There's a hiss of static in your helm comm, and a moment later you hear a voice.
Brothers, can you hear me? Squad Death Metal, respond!
The voice makes you stop, your two hearts racing. Sergeant Valerius, you reply, unable to hide your relief. You're alive! Brother Namor, the Valerius's voice comes again. Your brother Sergeant no longer able to hide the pain that comes to the words.
Thank Dorn. Where are the others? Are they with you?
You're unable to hide your own sadness as you tell Valerius what you know of the fate of the rest of Squad Death Metal. You finish with a question of your own. Where are you, sir?
The telepatarium malfunctioned, become separate from... You are losing him. Sergeant Valerius's words are becoming more and more indistinct as his comm signal's strength steadily degrades. You suddenly remember that the signum you found in the mutants' camp will be very useful right now. Jacking the signum into your suit's built-in comm, you do what you can to improve your Vox reception. It's a trap. It's a trap, brother! Valerius' voice suddenly comes again. It was from the outset. You must do all you can to destroy the Herald of Oblivion. A trap? What can Sergeant Valerius mean? But what about you, Brother Sergeant? You ask. Tell me where you are, and we can put an end to this threat together.
Oh, Brother Namor, my destiny has already been determined. It's up to you now. Do not allow yourself to fall for their wiles as well. You must do everything in your power to put an end to this blasphemy once and for all. Destroy the Hulk! Destroy the Hulk!
We'll need Superman and Doomsday. The signal is breaking up again, and no matter what you do, you're unable to recapture it. Whose wiles? Whose trap? Destroy the Hulk, destroy the Hulk, destroy the Hulk, destroy the Hulk. You now know that Brother Sergeant Valerius still lives. According to the signal your Auspex is now receiving from his armored suit, Valerius is somewhere within the next section of the Hulk, which happens to be formed from the wreck of a Retribution-class battleship. Bearing in mind your brief exchange with your commanding officer, we have a choice, and I think this is actually a big one, guys, so I hope you think about this for a bit. I'll give you 2 minutes to vote on this one. Try to save Valerius, or destroy the Hulk. And become the new Emperor! Yes. We can do this, guys. We can destroy the Hulk. Yes. Yes. I guess that's true, Baronessa. You know one of my favorite subtle lines in the first Avengers movie? So I put a bullet in my mouth, and the other guy spit it out. That whole exchange sold me on him as Banner, by the way. Yes, they will bow before the Lich King. Which is me. You can tell in the image over there. Can you tell the Lich King image there? I mean, I know what it says, but just look at the image but in the text. What texture I used. You're right, I shouldn't do that, though. I should make a red box appear on the screen. By the way, anybody want a teaser of what we're doing tomorrow? I'll give you a hint. We will destroy the Hulk, per orders. Just out of curiosity, Zawan, what happens if we go after him? Sergeant Valerius has charged you with a mission worthy of a battle brother of the First Company, that of destroying the drifting dialect. But how can one man, even a superhuman emperor like yourself, engineer the end of the Herald of Oblivion when the massed guns of the Shield of Dorn could not achieve such a thing? But then, you are a Space Marine of the Imperial Fists chapter, and the Imperial Fists are masters of siege warfare. When it comes to defending the indefensible, the Imperial Fists are able to turn whatever benefits a location possesses to their advantage. And when it comes to penetrating the impregnable, they are equally adept at turning whatever there is at hand to a devastating weapon.
Altering the setting of your auspics, you detect that both the trapped battleship's engine reactors and warp field stabilizers are still active. You are towards the rear of the Space Hulk now, the battleship's engines protruding from the Herald of Oblivion and, if they could be fired, would be capable of influencing the derelict's trajectory. Recalling what you know of the Hulk's current course, if you could overload the engine's reactors, the explosion might well be enough to nudge the Hulk onto a bearing that would ultimately result in it being caught in the gravity well of Sargon System's star, condemning it to destruction. Oh god, that's horrible, Zorn. Alternatively, if the ship's warp field generators fail, that vessel will be torn apart by the vessel forces the Empyrean so unleashed. So what is it to be? Do we try to use the engines to direct this thing into a star? Or do we try to turn off the shield generators? Which, if we do so, will theoretically cause it to go... What will it be? The engines or the generators? For there are only two choices available to us. I'm not letting you pick the third one, damn it, guys. And now I will torment everyone on stream. Behold the face of your enemy. Delicious food. Oh, engines. Okay, engines it is. Recalling the schematics of the Retribution-class battleships from among the many memories implanted during your hypnotherapy lessons aboard the Phalanx before you were fully inducted into the Imperial Fist chapter, comma, you head for the rear of the vessel and the factory-sized plasma reactors that once enabled the vessel to cross countless light years down through the millennia. Despite the fact that the reactors are still hot, the ship itself is home now to nothing but shadows and a host of metallic creaks, groans. You have no idea, Lord of Mordor. Seriously. It's so much worse than you think. It is as you are nearing the vast vaulted chambers that house the ancient reactors that a blip on your auspex alerts you to the presence of another living being nearby. With a roar, the savage beast bursts from where it has been lying in wait. The monster is a hulking mass of muscle and blue-gray fur. Its elongated arms are corded with muscle, its hideous bat-like face malformed by multiple eyes and sensory pits, as well as being split by a cruel maw packed with terrible fangs. It also possesses a whip-like reptilian tail. Shrieking like a banshee, and without a second thought, the Denorian clawed fiend attacks. And with its adamantium-hard talons, they are perfectly capable of shredding you to bits! Ugh, okay. The towering hulk crashes to the deck with a resounding crash, its bestial roar silenced at last. However, as it does so, a flailing claw catches your helm, temporarily knocking your auspics and your HUD going black. Is our purity higher than 14? Of course, we are the Emperor! With something like precognition, you sense the approach of the Dark Eldar skyboard before you hear the blade tips of its wings slice the air apart at its passing. Forewarned is forearmed, and so you already have the Skyrider in your sights when it opens fire with its splinter pods slung beneath the wing of its hurtling skyboard. The Beastmaster and his pet are no more, but you keep a wary eye out for any more of their kind as you complete your journey. It's clear that as well as attacking the Shield of Dorn, the forces of the Dark Eldar have infiltrated the Herald of Oblivion, but to what end? Reaching the reactor halls, you put what knowledge you possess regarding the safe operation of plasma reactors to good use. It will take time for the conditions necessary for catastrophic failure to be achieved within the sabotage system, but the countdown has begun. Sergeant Valerius is somewhere on board the battleship, and you have a lock on his signal at last. Emperor Wilding, me Wilding, perhaps you have time to find the brother Sergeant before the Herald of Oblivion's doom becomes inescapable, and you are forced to escape the Space Hulk somehow yourselves. So, flee like a stupid coward, or save Valerius. Or try, anyways. I'm also going to do a save here for no reason. I wonder if this is going to fit. Yeah, the Dark Eldar are probably the most messed up thing in the setting, in my opinion. But the fact that it's up for debate what the most messed up thing is in the setting says a lot. I wonder. It still fits. What do you think, guys? Does it suit me? It's the One Ring. Oh, much worse, Lord of Mordor. You wander the corridors and hangars of this strange vessel, following Sergeant Valerius' signal. The strength of the signal is intermittent, and you lose it for a few precious segments before it appears again, suddenly. Two skulls and a fist. The signal fades. But you doggedly continue onward towards the location from where it was last sent. You sense you're not alone. Purity is greater than 18. Yep. Suspicious of what might await you at the heart of the ghost ship, you are alert for danger from any angle. It is because of this that you are aware of the presence of the whip-thin hunters that have been stalking you through the corridors of the vessel, even though your auspex failed to read them for some reason. There are 3 of the primeval horrors, first discovered by the Dark Eldar dwelling in the darkest pits of the Ziggurats of Shaddam. They are hideous, atavistic troglodytes. They come for you through the walls and ceilings. They're on all fours, approaching, making the bipedal creatures even more alien. It is only then you realize they are blind. Their faces are deformed by quivering sense pits that enable them to perceive the environment in a host of unknowable, otherworldly ways. Their blindness does not appear to quash their desire to spill your blood. Okay, we killed them. Your wary steps bring you at last to the mustering halls of the battleship, where Imperial Guard commanders would have once addressed those under his command, stirring them to great deeds of valor with rhetoric, and, of course, by reading from the passages of the life of Macarius. I mean, duh. But a usurper lord has set up court in the shadow of the defamed Imperial Eagle, aboard his personal raider transport, surrounded by his chattel slaves and minion mercenaries, is a sinisterly handsome, androgynous creature. His lithe, muscular form, clad in blood-dark robes and tight-fitting armor, formed of segmented plates held in place by a variety of hooks and serrated blades that pierce his alabaster skin. Doesn't quite fit. That hurt like hell. Taking that off. I'll have to think about something else for that. His hair is tied in an elaborate topknot, whilst precious gems have been implanted into the sparse skin of his high forehead. So, for those of you who don't know how the Dark Eldar work, like Lord of Mordor, this guy, the guy who's in charge, has armor that is held in place by hooks that dig into his skin. And he has gems implanted into his skin. He doesn't use anesthetic, by the way. Dark Eldar. Yeah, exactly, War Wager. I'm not good at books. Zawan, War Wager, anybody else want to suggest some books for Lord of Mordor? I can only suggest games, really.
Seize the well-curved Monkai's corpse guard, the Archon commands, a pitiless smile playing about his ebon-painted lips. You can only assume he is speaking in low Gothic so as to wring every last drop of pleasure from your torment, as you understand fully how demeaning your situation has become. At the Archon's command, blade-armored warriors, inhuman alien bodyguards, and half-naked branded females move to surround you. Automatically, you go for your weapons.
You are a warrior, Space Marine. Yield to me, and I, Tenebrax Nox, Archon of the Cabal of Endless Night, promise your death when it comes shall not be an ignoble one.
Kind of, yes, Lord of Mordor, although include things that aren't even in Star Wars, like really, really messed up things. And that's where they are. They're like the worst Vong. Standing alone against the full might of the Archon's depraved court of pain and pleasure seekers, what do you do? Resistance is futile, or surrender. Resist or surrender. That's what it boils down to. I can't believe surrender's even an option, being honest. He probably wants to just torture us for a while. And by for a while, I mean a few centuries, because we can live that long. Hey, Thesper. What's up? Oh, come on, somebody voot. You can't leave us at the hands of this Dark Eldar. There is literally nothing I would rather be in the hands of than at a Dark Eldar. Or, I'm saying that wrong. There's nothing worse. There's nothing worse. Yeah, so what kind of happened with the Dark Eldar? They live forever, right? But they kind of got worse over time. Like, they got bored of, say, I'll use an example that's not disgusting. Noodles. And so they, like, okay, let's try some different kind of noodles. Well, that did, okay, and then they got bored of that after a century. And so then another century, they tried different noodles, and each iteration basically got worse and worse and worse, until they're basically eating live electric eels instead of noodles. I know that's a weird analogy, but it's because I don't actually want to say out loud the stuff they were actually doing. Like, they got so bored of, let me use something slightly more PG, hugging, that then they started hugging with barbed razor wire that had acid and electricity running through it, you know? It was literally a case of boredom of sensation, and it got really, really bad. Resist! Despite the desperate nature of the situation you're in now, you run towards the Archon's raider, screaming, "I shall never yield to you!" In response, Tenebrax Nox give a squeal of cruel delight as a coven of barely clothed wiches leap from the gunwales of the raider, razor flails whirling about their heads, hydra gauntlets and punch daggers honed to a monomolecular sharpness in hand, ready to reap the harvest. What's this mean, the fight only lasts for 3 rounds? I don't get that. Anyways, we're still gonna skip it. The Archon's elite warriors join the fight. Outnumbered by the cabal of the Endless Night, you are seized, deprived of your war gear, and dragged aboard the Archon's personal transport. Well, this is really, really, really horrible. Oh god, this is... oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I don't want to read this out loud. Hang on. But... Okay. Well, let's see if anything happens. Yeah, that's a really, really horrible end. That's, hang on, how do we load? I guess this will be the poor man's load here. I've decided to rewind time because I can. Suddenly, we're at the decision to flee, or go after Sergeant Valerius. Unable to raise your battle brothers aboard the Shield of Dorn, you can only think of one way to escape the Space Hulk, and that is by putting one of the Retribution class's lifeboats to good use. Hang on. You guys don't want 8-bit music. There we go. You are close to the stern of the great star-striding vessel, and knowing that its engines are effectively the Herald of Oblivion's means of propulsion, you make for the escape pods located towards the rear of the ship. Yes, the Emperor took a gaze into the future, saw a flesh sculptor, and his plans for you and all your gene seeds of your chapter, and decided to rewind reality, rather than become a permanent prisoner of the Dark Eldar. Finding that one is still accessible and operational, you board it, shut yourself in, and then activate the pod's slaved machine spirit, which does the rest. Following a brief monotone countdown, the explosive bolts holding the life pod in place detonate, blasting you clear of the haunted battleship and the vast derelict into the bargain. But as the Herald of Oblivion dwindles from view against the velvet black void framed within the porthole of the lifeboat, you begin to have second thoughts. There was still time to at least try to find Sergeant Valerius, and even if you'd failed, surely it would have been better to die a noble space marine. Except, I saw into the future, so I know better than that. The end, basically. Yeah, pretty much, War Wager. Ugh. I don't even want to think about that. So we did it, guys! We destroyed the Hulk. And lost everyone in our chapter but us. But we did get almost all of their gene seeds. Most of them. So that's good. Got some relics back, too. The end. There's no ending, anything, as you can see here, obviously. So that was fun. Thank you again, Zoan, for the donation. The writing style was interesting. It got a little repetitive at times. I don't know if you were noticing, but I was kind of mentally, consciously chopping out chunks of sentences because I felt like it was just repeating and reusing words too much. But overall, it was very appropriately Warhammer. You definitely felt the zeal in the words, like, the great, grand, glorious fight for the Emperor, you know, it was all there in the thing. And of course, the overall excursion was quite fun. I like the stats. I like how it keeps track of certain things that allow things to go in one direction or another, allow you to get out of a bad decision or whatever. That was cool. And I didn't like the fight mechanic, if I'm being 100% honest. But the fact that it has a skip option, that's cool. That's an awesome thing, that it was just purely optional. I liked that. So overall, I would call this a great popcorn game. I'll probably play it again, probably 1 or 2 more times. I read very, very quickly. So choose your own adventures for me, when I'm not saying them out loud, is like, and see what other options there are. I'm sorry, Deutsch. But anyways, I don't even know how much this game is, but Legacy of Dorn, Herald of Oblivion, it's available on Steam. Fun game. I do want to do one more thing tonight, if you guys are okay with that. So I'm going to take a brief pause, pull the stream down real quick. I just want to look at something. It's basically just a test, so I'll be right back, guys.